What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas with you. We are tracking a strong line of thunderstorms sliding through. The good news is we don't have any warnings out right now, so that's a positive. The not so great stuff is that we're going to have the opportunity again for some nasty weather to develop later on, especially as we get deeper into the afternoon, mainly more like 2 or 3 o'clock. Let me take this wide so that anybody tuning in, especially from Florida, but you see some stronger thunderstorms moving off the coast of Georgia as well. So the severe weather threat, this is the same system that has been sweeping across the United States over the last couple of days. This is its last gasp, at least in terms of the severe threat. But we will see this work its way back up into New England and blast those folks with a lot of heavy snow. Right now, though, to get you up to date, if you're just joining us on clickorlando.com, the Click Orlando YouTube page or the Just Weather YouTube page, we are following the severe weather threat that is moving through Florida. We have a tornado watch now in effect until 5 o'clock tonight that includes part of the Big Bend of Florida from Jacksonville into Palm Coast and then into Marion County and then about down towards Orlando, just a little bit south of Orlando. So if you're tuning in from the state of Florida, that's what we are watching. I want to show you the mechanism for this big spiral here. Look at this crazy storm. The center of this hanging around Detroit right now, and this big area of low pressure. Let me bring out my arrow here. I have to send the computer back into play mode. And if you're joining us on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you want to stay updated on the weather, we'd love to have you on board. Hit that subscribe button. And if you're watching on clickorlando.com or the Pinpoint Weather app or news app, welcome as well, as we are following the severe weather threat for today. Let me get the computer into play mode if it's going to play with us, if the technology is going to work. Again, there's the tornado watch. You see that big spiral. This is what we call an upper level low, and this thing has worked across the country, brought a lot of severe weather over the past few days into the coast and now or into the eastern two-thirds of the country. The brown represents the drier air. All the purple and blue and orange represent the moist air out ahead of the system that is being flung up into the northeast. And again, that line of thunderstorms that we are now tracking and pinpointing through the state of Florida. So right now, if you are watching from Florida, we have a lot of thunderstorm activity. That's a little bit too close. Let me zoom things back out here, and you see that we have the nastiest stuff out over the Gulf of Mexico, closing in on Cedar Key right now, and sliding back up into just the northern tier of Marion County. I have to switch my radar. If you're not familiar with how radar works, because of the curvature of the Earth, that beam shoots way up into the sky. So you need to be to the closest radar that you can be to see that stuff. So for that, I'm going to turn on the Jacksonville radar. Florida has, at least the radars that we work with, the 3 primary radars we use here in Central Florida anyway, are out of Tampa, out of Jacksonville, and then out of Melbourne, Florida. Right now we have the lightning strikes, a lot of them closing in on St. Augustine, and what I'll do is I'll put the loop on so you can kind of see which way those storms are moving at this time. And you see them moving kind of from west to east. So St. Augustine, again, this is going to be an early heads up. The good news is we don't have a warning in play, but we are watching gusty thunderstorms, likely with 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Again, that severe criteria is about is 60 miles an hour, greater than 58 miles an hour. Hey, .com, welcome on the Just Weather page. Good to see you. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from if you're watching on the Click Orlando page or on the Just Weather page. Great to have you guys on board. Andrea, good to see you. What's going on, Gamer Spider 25? Good to see you as well. Hey, Daytona Beach, Brenda, what's going on? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Right now, we are quiet in Daytona Beach. And while we're relatively quiet in Central Florida, again, a highly electrified storm moving into St. Augustine now, you're likely seeing some of the lighter rain. I want to show you the future radar, and this is doing a good job on the timing. I think it's a little bit more intense. I think the future radar anyway, is a little more intense than what it's depicting at this time. But if you've been outside, you've likely seen the clouds moving pretty fast. You felt the wind. It is pretty gusty out there. That is the wind energy that is going in to help to give this little severe weather threat an oomph, if you will. We've also been able to see a little bit of sunshine mixed with cloud cover. and that is helping to give us a little bit of extra instability in the mix as well. So the combination of that helping to fuel the severe weather threat for today. But here is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you're watching from the I-4 corridor, this is likely going to be just to the north and west and moving through Daytona Beach. Hey, Dennis in Orlando, thanks for hopping on the Just Weather stream. Good to have you here. Weatherman Florida, or Weather Florida Man, I should say. Crystal River, hope you're doing well. Tornado watch as well. Wind gust in the 30s. Thank you for that report. It is super gusty. We'll take a look at some of those gusts in just 1 second. But there is 2 o'clock in your afternoon as it slides down the I-4 corridor. As we get towards 3-ish, this will be on our doorstep of Tampa, St. Pete, into Bushnell, Coleman, Lake Panasoffkee, Claremont, Florida, Mineola, into Apopka, Sanford, Daytona Beach again. And then that line is going to continue to sag from northwest into southeast. So there you go again. There's 4 o'clock for us through the afternoon. That is going to push through Melbourne. Good afternoon. By dinner time tonight. So we can watch if you're driving. Watch if you're driving a little bit to the south and east or on the I-4 corridor, I-95, dinner time tonight, drive home from work. That's what we're going to be dealing with, the nasty stuff south and east of I-4. Capril's Sun is mentioning that the Cape and Helicity look a little bit more impressive than yesterday. They definitely do, and that's some of the meteorological terms that we use. Helicity is basically the spin, and the low-level helicity is especially as high. That's why we have a tornado watch. The National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado watch because there's some of that low-level spin, especially. And the Cape that she mentioned, that is the fuel that's coming up. That is we call that convective available potential energy. So that means that if those storms erupt, they have the potential that's the potential energy. Again, if you remember from physics, that if you put a ball on a desk or something, it's going to sit there until it is pushed, and the energy is going to sit there until that the storms actually move through and take that. Hey, Barbara in Claremont. Good to have you on board on the Just Weather page. Port St. Lucie, Florida, waiting for it to die out like they always do. Yeah, well, in Port St. Lucie, it likely will die out. So we're not included in that tornado watch. And as these cold fronts come through, they typically do die out in a situation like this. And I'll show you why that this one is going to weaken as it gets further. All of the upper level energy with this is I have to wait for my computer to load it all so I can get my arrow out. All of the upper level energy with this is hanging around Detroit, Michigan. Marquette is being blasted with some snow, blizzard conditions. But you see all the upper level energy up here. If we had this upper low sagging more like this, that is whenever we'd be able to have that oomph, if you will, make its way a little bit further south down the Florida Peninsula, or have the straight-up subtropical jet blasting like we do sometimes in an El Nino year out of the Gulf. Liam on the Just Weather page. Good afternoon. I think we're in the afternoon. Yeah, 12:13. Cirrus 820 travelers, any tornadoes form along the front? So far, we've not had any warnings or tornadoes develop along the front itself, but we do have that tornado watch until 5 o'clock tonight. So it's important to know that, again, the difference, too, between a watch and warning. Now is a good time to talk about that. While we are relatively quiet, the watch means that the conditions are favorable, and that means just that, to just watch. Keep a close eye to the weather. If you're in the Central Florida area, the Pinpoint Weather app is a great tool for that. It is a free download. If you are in the Jacksonville area, if you search the App Store for WJXT, that is a great tool as well. You'll get alerts kind of tiered to your local area. So 2 great free downloads that you can not only track the weather into your location with interactive radar, but you're going to get any alerts and any kind of weather updates from real meteorologists like me, like us, from the Pinpoint Weather team as well. You're going to get a push alert, and you can watch those videos and watch these live streams right into the palm of your hand. So again, great tool, and we can hang out while you're at work or wherever you need to be. All right, so to get you in real time, and then we'll take a look at some of the winds, we're going to do some dissecting. And if you are familiar with some of the live streams that we do this all in real time. We check this all out together. So we go in and dissect these things. So sometimes you might hear me say some crazy big meteorological terms out of the deal, but then we'll break it down because I want you guys to learn something too and kind of make sure that you know what to look for when we get these nasty thunderstorms to come on through. So that's, I think, important as well. Let's take a look at. All right, so we do have a severe thunderstorm warning hiding under here. Let's check that out. So this severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for 15 minutes. All right, so here's the one thing that the Weather Service does. So we're going to focus on this storm in St. Johns County, Florida, just north of St. Augustine. This is going to include the cities of Palm Valley and Sawgrass. So you notice there that the threat says tornado possible. And while it says that, that means that there's maybe not enough spin to issue a tornado warning, but there's enough concern in there that, okay, hey, we're watching this closely for the potential for tornadoes. Okay, so we're gonna dissect this one further, and what we're gonna do, I'm gonna turn the radar back on. So bear with me here. Let me get to that. So this is the stuff that we do in real time. All right, so here's the velocity mode, and let me clear off. In velocity mode just means that we can see, okay, and here is where, let me see if I can get the lightning off. So here is why they issued tornado possible, okay? It's because of this right here, this little notch. So the red means that we have wind going away from the radar. So we're using the Jacksonville radar. So this is wind that is blowing away from the radar in the red. In the green, we have wind going toward the radar. And there's not quite enough for that to be a tornado vortex signature just yet, but it's right there. When the reds are completely butted up against the greens, that's when sorry for hitting the mic, that's where we get that little bit of concern that we have some rotation. So this is right around 20 mile. Let me do a quick little radar loop so that I can see where this is going. So there was a loop. So A1A, and the good thing is this is going to exit the coast very, very quickly. Let me just make sure. I'm going to draw where the coast is. So there's the coast, and then we're going to turn our radar back on. So the most concerning part of this storm to me is going to be crossing A1A in St. Johns County just to the southeast of 20 Mile. Awesome. I have a lot of questions coming in and a lot of comments, so stick with me. I'm going to wait till this threat passes. And we've broadened out the rotation, so we get a scan every few minutes. So that's why, obviously, this is not a tropical situation, but tropical tornadoes are really hard to detect because they spin up and spin down really, really quick. So what we have going on here is now we have the green a little bit separated further from the red. Okay, so that's a good thing. When we broaden out that rotation, that means the rotation is still being detected, but in order for that spin to reach the surface and actually create a funnel cloud or tornado, you need to see those greens and reds a little bit tighter. So again, that is good news. That's what you don't want to see. But again, from a tornadic purpose, that's what we are looking for when we dissect the weather situation. So I wanted to show you that. So that threat is going down a little bit. Hey, Ann from Oakland, Florida. Hope you are doing well. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream. Let me see if I can bring over some comments here. Turn on the thing. We are logged in. Sometimes I talk to myself. Sorry about that. If you've watched some of the live streams, you know what I mean. Sorry, one thing. Just changing up some things. I think I need to be on 16. There we go. Hey, Ann, how's it going? Hoping not for not so bad weather today. Same, I'm with you. We want to get through this with as little fanfare as possible. We could use the rain, but we can do so without the severe weather, of course. Okay, so the most concerning part here of this system is exiting the coast. We can kind of see what the winds are doing in here. We can estimate that as well. So the velocity part of this is not just to detect rotation, but we can detect. Estimate anyway how strong those winds are within there as well. Hey, what's up? Be random with me. Hope you're doing well as well. Thanks for joining the live stream. You got it, Chuck Oak. Thanks for being here with us on the live stream on Just Weather. Susan Starter in Tampa. All right, so now I want to show you. We're going to go to the future radar. We've got the most concerning part of that cell out of St. Johns County right now. So that threat is now over for that spin up, at least in that part of the line. But that's going to be what we're kind of concerned with today. We saw that little bit of rotation in here. So here we go a little bit after 1 or 2 o'clock. That's whenever the strong stuff starts to get into Sumter County, closer to Pinellas County, just north of Tampa, north of Clearwater, north of St. Pete. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, and Orange City. That's where we're watching for you guys. By 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, we get closer to the I-4 corridor, closer to Sanford, Lake Mary, Heathrow, into Apopka, Bushnell, Center Hill, Mineola, Claremont, Groveland, Mascot. That's where we're going to be in central and southern Lake County, Yalaha, Lake Panasoffkee. Sorry if I said Lake Panasoffkee twice. Love you guys there, though. Hey, from the villages into Wildwood, we're going to be in the next hour or so, so we're going to be watching for that closely. So thank you for that, Nick D, Marcus, Martin. Hey, man, not dead weather today. Love Jared Goff, Detroit Lions. I was pulling for you guys in the NFC Championship for sure. So close. Mount Dora today. So we're going to be into that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame. That's where we're going to be up against our opportunity for some strong thunderstorms. Eddie, my friend in Puerto Rico, hope you are doing well as well. Hopefully we keep all the storms away from the islands this year, this hurricane season. Thanks for hopping on the live stream with us. Hey, what's up, Silver Steel? S in Apopka. So we're going to be looking towards that 2 to 4 o'clock time frame for those storms to come on through. Milk 35 in Tampa, welcome to the live stream. He's in Tampa. Michael Link, good to see you in Winter Park. So that's going to be closer, I think, toward 4 or 5 o'clock. You see that line move through, and then we're going to be really watching for the Orlando area, Orlando Metro into Pine Hills, into East Orange County, into Winter Garden, again, south of Apopka, into Maitland. We're going to be up around 4 or 5 o'clock. So just keep that in mind today. Brian says, good day to fly a kite. It is. We have those wind gusts of like 30 to 40 miles an hour out there. Sometimes it might be a little too strong. Proud Patriot in Ocala. Hope you're doing well. All right, and then this moves for my friends along the Space Coast into Mims, Titusville. You see that little flare up there as we get into that 5, 6 o'clock time frame. And then this finally gets on out of here. 7 o'clock, maybe conservatively forecasting if it moves a little slower. But I think by 8 o'clock, the severe threat should be done for everybody in Central Florida. Okay, so we're going to be working into that evening hour to finally get these off of the central Florida coast anyway, and then it kind of works going through. All right, Wendy asks on Just Weather, what's the wind estimate for these storms? I've heard gusts up to 60 miles an hour. So there's going to be twofold here, and for that's a great transition. So thank you, Wendy, for that. To talk about the wind gusts. So right now, that's what we have currently going on, 30-ish miles per hour. These are going to ramp up to about 40 miles an hour. I'll take you through the forecast, and there's like a disclaimer here. When you see these numbers. So when there are no thunderstorms going on, we can expect winds of anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour. Okay, that's if there's no rain, no storms going on. If you are in a thunderstorm and you get a severe thunderstorm warning, then those wind gusts have the potential to reach 60 to 70 miles an hour. So if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, you can expect those wind gusts anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour. If you're just walking outside right now and you see those fast-moving clouds, that's where we're going to see those wind gusts anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour, if that makes sense. So Marty is saying the Northwest Lakeland getting pretty strong gusts right now. Silver Steel S says he's looking forward to CSU's hurricane forecast tomorrow. We're going to have an update on that on our Click Orlando page and on our Just Weather page. And for those that are tuning in on Click Orlando on the WKMG News 6 page, if you like weather content, subscribe to Just Weather. It's at just_weather. We talk more weather over there and have weather content. And for also those that really like weather content, while we're nice and quiet, shameless plug here, download News 6 Plus. Even if you're not in the greater Central Florida area, we have a show that runs at 8 o'clock in the morning called Weatherwise. It's on your smart TV, Roku, Apple TV, whatever you have to stream, and we talk about the weather. It's literally what it is. It's called Weatherwise, 8 a.m. That's on News 6 Plus. All of that is free, but we have a lot of fun over there, and we have additional weather content. So all that stuff. All right, so Weather Florida Man says, and thank you guys as well because we're tracking the storms. There's a new SPC update, and if you can put what that is, as I look off to my screen here, off to the side anyway, I have a stream. I have a stream from the National Weather Service that issues those warnings and watches and all that stuff as well, that we do that. Okay, so thank you, Weather Florida Man. Really helping. 5% shot for Central Florida. All righty, guys. Thank you to everybody that has been watching on the Click Orlando YouTube stream, the News 6, the Just Weather YouTube stream, News 6 app, and the Pinpoint Weather app. I want to welcome in everybody that has just been watching the noon show on WKMG News 6 to News 6 Plus. We are now streaming. We are now talking about the weather here, and anyone who is tuning in to see the wonderful Julie Broughton on Take 6, I've taken over, and we are streaming the weather, so you will see her again tomorrow as the weather quiets down, but she's given me the chair to continue to stream, so thank you, Julie, for that. All right, so Survivor, I'm at Lake Placid and winds are strong, not looking to go out to my appointment. Yeah, it's really, really windy out there. So again, thank you to everybody that was watching the noon show on News 6 Plus. Welcome again to the live stream. Thank you, Chuck, for that. Thank you for being here. Troy and Citra says we are looking through, and I think I had one of those squirrel moments. I was talking to Silver Steel S about looking forward, or maybe not looking forward, to what Colorado State has to say tomorrow. We're going to have an update for you on that as they issue that's going to come out at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Of course, we're going to have a video on that. It does not look like they're going to have a quiet season forecast, unfortunately. All right, let's see here. All right, question about Denellen. Let me go back to the actual radar page. So hopefully that answers, again, got long-winded there. Sorry, sometimes I go off on a tangent. Just pull me back. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. And if you are new to the Just Weather page, or if you're watching on clickorlando.com YouTube page or clickorlando.com in general and you want to stay up to date on the weather, we do a lot of weather dissection and analysis for stuff across the country. We talk about the eclipse and some other cool astronomy stuff. Subscribe to Just Weather as well. That's going to be at just_weather. There's an imposter Just Weather page that has the same name, so make sure it's ours. And we're streaming live as well to make that. Let me pull up because Weather Florida Man, thank you so much for this, helping us out on the stream here. So still a slight 5% only goes down from Levy into Pasco into Duval into Volusia. So that is going to be the best opportunity for tornadic potential today. I have my SPC graphic in here. Let me see, SPC. So there we go. I have to turn on because that was for yesterday, so bear with me here. We're updating some things in real time. So here is there is the convective outlook for today that encompasses the entire state of Florida. So as he mentioned, still that slight risk from about St. Augustine, and our threat is quickly winding down, but that goes from Daytona Beach into Titusville, Orlando, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Point Siena, Celebration. And then here we go. Let me turn on the actual tornado threat area. So the main threat today for anything to spin over the next couple of hours is going to be from about Port Orange into around Eustis, Lake Catherine, into Astatula, into Coleman, Bushnell, the villages, Ocala, Denellen, Daytona Beach, Fort McCoy. And that's where we're going to be up. So, again, that 5%, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's that brown stripe going across your screen. Let me bring out my trusty arrow again. But where you see the brown, that is the quote-unquote, anyway, best opportunity for something to spin. Again, it's not a high-end tornado day. It's not screaming tornado, but there's enough anyway to get it one of those quick spin-ups that can still do some damage. But anyway, that's what we are going to be watching over the next couple of hours. So thank you, Weather Florida Man, for helping out on that. I appreciate you a ton. Let's go back now to the actual radar as we watch this stream come in. It defaults to the Tampa, so let's get a better look at this with the Jacksonville radar. And let me make sure. Okay, and as expected, that severe thunderstorm warning for St. Johns County has been allowed to expire because as we were tracking together there, the worst of that storm has gotten out of here. So that's good news for St. Johns County. And again, we're going to be watching. And this is a really good point, too. And I think a lot of people get caught up in, okay, what is the risk? And he says, Florida's super unstable. Doesn't matter what the risk is. We've had an EF2 in Crystal River on a 2% slight. Back in the day, if you remember, the Storm Prediction Center always had, before the marginal risk came out, they had those C-text days. I had a joke with another meteorologist friend, my former chief when I worked in Minnesota, that it was always on those C-text days that we had the worst weather, and those were the ones where it wasn't enough to be in that slight, moderate, or high category, but it just always seemed like that. So it's important to know what the environment is when these things are moving into. So good point. Good point. All right. Care Bear says, Barrier Island, Melbourne, Florida. I like watching you because no one ever mentions Melbourne. I at least get an idea of what's going on. Love Melbourne. Love the Space Coast. Care Bear, thanks for being here. We got you covered. Right now it is nice and quiet for us in Melbourne. Let's take a closer look. There are a few little teeny tiny showers around. Let me get back to the actual Melbourne radar here so we can get a closer look and make sure that everything is behaving, so to speak. And just a few little teeny tiny showers. We don't have any lightning embedded these, but on 192 coming out of Deer Park, that's where we have those storms coming through. Let's take a look at the Just Weather live stream. Wendy's asking me if I'm from Minnesota. No, just worked there for a few years. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where I'm originally from anyway. But I've worked in Minnesota and in Virginia. So Chuck Oak is asking on the Just Weather page, okay, in Port Orange, do the winds die down? You know, a lot of times they do. Those storms are still a little bit further away from us in Port Orange. Let's go back up at least that main line. And one of the things that we are going to be watching today to see is, and hopefully it doesn't pulse back up, but right now everything is relatively tame. For that, we got to go back to that. We have some lightning. Let's see. And we'll keep an eye on this too. One of the ways that we kind of can characterize how if these storms are getting stronger or weaker are the number of lightning strikes. When you get the more intense storms, you start to get those lightning strikes really starting to pump up a little bit. So remember, we've just taken a look here. It's at 12:35, and for those joining on trying to find Take 6 at this hour on News 6 Plus and on clickorlando.com. We've kind of taken over Take 6 because of the severe weather threat today. So if you're looking for Julie Broughton, that's where we're at. She'll be back tomorrow. Just looking through some of the comments here. And post in the comments. William is asking, is this like a hurricane? No, it is not like a hurricane. This is a big cold front. I'll show you what is causing it, though. We'll go back and I'll show you the big picture. This is the water vapor imagery. It kind of looks like it when you look at the water vapor. There's a counterclockwise spin, which characterizes a big area of low pressure. But dynamically, meteorologically, this is what we call a cold core system. Tropical systems are warm core, and they have fronts attached to it. So that front is... Hang on, let's see. It came. Marine warning was just issued for Flagler County. Don't take the boat out, but you guys knew that already. It's a little choppy out there, or going to get choppy, and the wind's kind of strong. So here is our cold front that extends right about here, and here's our big area of low pressure, that counterclockwise spin, our big upper low, moving through the Great Lakes. Again, that's going to go into blasting. The Northeast with a lot of heavy snow over the next couple of days. So if you're just finding us for the first time on the Just Weather page and you like weather content and weather tracking and all this fun stuff that we do when it's not nasty out there, hit that subscribe button for me. Would love that. And if specifically if you're watching on the clickorlando.com WKMG YouTube live stream and you want to stay updated on the weather in Florida, hit the subscribe on that page if you're watching over there. We have a lot of in-depth weather analysis, whether it's tropical weather or whether it is stuff like today or even when it's quiet. So love to have you guys on board, so hit that subscribe button for me. Shameless plug again. And if you're finding this stream helpful, hit that thumbs up. It does really help us out. It pushes it out to more people so they can see if they're curious as to what's going on in their community, especially if you live in Florida right now. Every now and then when I glance down, I'm just looking at other radar products that I have on some other screens, and checking in with the National Weather Service chat. Okay, so there's a really good question on the Just Weather Facebook page. Hey, Tiffany on WKMG, how's it going? Hope you are doing well this afternoon. So Marcus is asking if I can speak on the solar eclipse and it having effect on weather. The main thing that the eclipse will have on weather is if you have those puffy cumulus clouds, those clouds that develop with the heating of the day, especially if you're in totality or have a lot of the sun being blocked by the moon, it will stop the solar heating for that time period, and you will notice those clouds decrease in coverage. Now, if they're the big stratiform clouds like may happen across parts of Texas and across parts of the Ohio River Valley, and again, we're going to be having more updates on that on Friday on the Just Weather page. So again, subscribe to that if you want more of those weather updates for the eclipse themselves. So it'll have an impact on that, and you'll also notice the temperature drop several degrees. In totality, it can drop about 10-ish degrees. This is a longer eclipse. You're in totality for longer by about a minute and a half, I think, from the 2017 one. So that's where it really impacts the weather, but it doesn't have anything to do on. It doesn't have anything to do with any kind of severe weather or anything like that. What's going on, Sandy and Mineola? Welcome to the live stream. How's it going in Winter Haven? Thanks for stumbling across the stream. Appreciate you tuning in. Weather Florida man, my guy, he's asking, I don't want to act like I know everything, but I'll ask this question. With Central Florida having 60% blot, could the temp drops during the eclipse? Yes, it will drop a couple degrees. Back when I was in Virginia, we had about a 70-ish percent, maybe 75 block, and the temperature dropped between 3 to 5 degrees. We were tracking it with a thermometer outside. So the temperature will drop a couple degrees with a 65% blockage of the sun. And that's going to be something cool to watch to see how much. And the sky will darken a little bit. Obviously not like what they will see in totality to the west of us, but it will darken a little bit. All right, so let's just make sure here that everything is behaving. I don't think we have any warnings at this time. Let me just pull off the radar just to make sure one isn't hiding under there. Nope, we are good to go. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be sitting in here. We're gonna be streaming live here, by the way. So if you can't get outside to see, if you can't get out to see the eclipse, we're gonna be live on YouTube on WKMG News 6 and on the Just Weather page. So we'll have all that stuff coming out on Friday. You can join the watch party where we're gonna have cameras all over the country in totality and in Florida and all that stuff. So it's gonna be a really, really fun day. I'm just hoping for those clear skies. If you watched the video from a few days ago, it wasn't looking good in Texas. Maybe a little bit of improvement, but still, we're watching that closely, and I'm trying. I wish I could wish cast instead of forecast, but we need to get those clouds out of here so we can see that. If you're in totality, by the way, it's still going to get a little darker outside, of course. You're still blocking the sun above the clouds. You just won't be able to see it in all of its glory, and that's, I mean, then we have to wait till 2045. There's one in 2044, but it's only for the northern Dakotas and into Canada. So 2045 is where it's at. All right, I'm just glancing over here, making sure that the Weather Service has not put out any more warnings. Again, to my left, I have the computer. It's the National Weather Service chat. It's a direct line with them. They're the entity, of course, that issues those warnings, watches, and those kind of things as we are tracking things in real time. And the good thing is, right now anyway, and everybody knock on wood for me, there's nothing too concerning. Let's go check. Let me turn on the velocity side. And let's just inspect to make sure we don't have any kind of rotation coming out. It's 2045. Central Florida is in totality. It's going to be, and it's even bigger than this one. It's 6 minutes. More than 6 minutes of totality. Okay, that's a really weird color. Okay, let me see. Let me go back to velocity. All right, so I know I had some people, some of my friends watching from Interlaken. We have some gusty winds. Radar is estimating about 60 miles an hour. Here's the thing. Also with radar, with the curvature of the Earth, that beam goes higher up into the sky as it would as it gets further away from the radar site. So one of the things that we have to be mindful of, too, that it's actually shooting higher up. So we're likely not getting 60-mile-per-hour winds to the surface in Interlaken, and that would be why there's no severe thunderstorm warning for Interlaken. Let me just see. I'm going to measure how. Yeah, so that beam right now over Interlaken is about 4,000 feet off the ground. So right now it's at 4,000 feet. The wind is blowing at about 60 miles an hour up there. So it's probably pretty gusty, but we're likely seeing 45-ish mile per hour winds getting to the surface. Still gusty for sure. Let me turn on. Reflectivity real quick. And reflectivity is the radar that you would get on your weather app that you would see most commonly anyway. Let me get rid of that. So there you go. There's the lightning coming through. I'm going to zoom out, and we're going to check up on those lightning strikes. Remember, we wanted to do that experiment to kind of watch to see what the lightning is doing in that line. It's a little bit more, just a few more, so it's not going crazy. And that's a good thing. I'm looking out the window in Orlando, and looks like we have a few light rain showers around, and that is all good. One of the things on a day like today is you don't want to see a lot of sunshine. That really helps to build up the instability, and right now, anyway, we have some clouds. We did have some sun earlier, so we're going to watch to see how that is going to go through. Yeah, that 2045 eclipse, I know that is a long time away, but it's going to be insane. Around the center of the center. So, like, everything south of Daytona Beach, really, I think Bunnell, I have a graphic on that. Hang on one second. And we're getting a little off topic, but it's right now the weather is relatively calm, so we can talk about that. So I want to show you. Let me just pull that in. But it's awesome. I know it's like 20-some years away, but that's what it does. It comes in Northern California and then goes across. This is 2045 now, not the one that's coming up on Monday. But look at that. So the center line of the center is coming through about Point Siena, just south of Kissimmee, through the Crystal River area. You're going to get more than 6 minutes of totality. For perspective, this year, it's quote-unquote only like 4 minutes and 35 seconds in max totality. So this is going to be about a minute and 30 seconds longer than that. Richard says there's not even a current mesoscale discussion right now. Yeah, everything's nice and tame. That's how I like it. Tornado watch, though, in effect until 5 o'clock. I think for the most part, high-resolution model guidance is doing a really good job. It showed that after the kind of beefy stuff that worked through the Florida Panhandle, it would weaken a little bit because that's where it's kind of in the middle. You guys in Gainesville, Jacksonville likely woke up to a mainly cloudy sky from the cloud debris, as we call it, kind of blowing off of the storms that were moving through the Panhandle in Big Bend of Florida. And that helps to suppress the instability a little bit. So that limits the fuel. There's a little more sunshine that was seen today from Marion County into the I-4 corridor. So that's really going to be the area that we look for going forward, and we'll see if this beefs up a little bit, and hopefully it stays nice and tame like this, and we can just kind of chill and hang out. What I want to do, again, you see how much I get sidetracked. I want to look at the Tampa radar, and I want to dissect this junk coming in off of the Gulf. Yeah, and it's still a little too far away. But, I mean, out there, you see these little darker areas. There could be some right in here, these notches. So those are rotating a little bit. Again, we can hardly see out there, though. That is way up into the storm. We'd have to wait to see if when those get closer. Jeez. Okay. Kimberly is asking if we are in a tornado watch now. It all depends upon where you are. There is a tornado watch active, but if you post in the comments where you're watching from, I can help you out a little bit more and let you know if you are in that tornado watch. Okay, let's see. All right, on the Just Weather page, O'Galley, Florida, welcome. Need some rain. I'll do my best to make it happen. It'd be great if we can just get this line to come on through with no severe weather. That'd be awesome. Okay, Edward on the Just Weather page, thank you for that report. He says that some heavy rain coming through, some downpours west of Gainesville. Not much wind, though. Good stuff. Hey, Deanna, think positive. Think positive. Yeah, so Chuck was asking on the Just Weather page, do we need special glasses for the eclipse? Yes. If you're in totality, for the moments of totality, you can take off your your solar glasses, not sunglasses. Sunglasses will not cut it. You need to make sure that they're approved. It's crazy. And actually, stand by. Stand by. I have mine. I'm getting ready to go. So I have a telescope, and if you have a telescope or something, um, you have to have solar paper. So I know this thing looks kind of rough, and I got to get that back in here. But if you were to look through this, and this will go on top of the telescope, but if you were to look through that, you couldn't see anything until you pointed at the sun. I mean, that's how you really tell that those solar glasses do anything, because if you were to put those on, you wouldn't be able to see anything, even at the brightest light, until you go outside and look at the sun. Then you'll be able to see it. So it is really, really cool how those glasses work. And I know they look like cheap 3D glasses, but that paper in there really does wonders to filter out the sun, and they will protect your eyes. I know a lot of questions while we're at it were, okay, I can look at the sun. You can't in any capacity, but what makes it so dangerous in an eclipse, if you're in the partial portion anyway, it limits the pinching because the moon is blocking out a lot of the sun, but it's doing the same amount of damage to your eyes. So that is why it's critically important to do that. A lot of people in 2017 had their eyes damaged because they looked at the sun for a while the partial portion of the eclipse was going on. And a lot of people, unfortunately, bought fake glasses. People were trying to capitalize on other people wanting to watch the eclipse. And there's some bad people out there, obviously. So just keep that in mind and make sure they have that ISO number on the arm of the glasses. Yes, and someone says on the Just Weather page that you can use welder glasses. Yes, you can. NASA recommends 13 and above. Even 12 doesn't cut it. So if you're a welder or have welder's glasses, you know what I'm talking about with that glass number. 12, if you're using that, you can only look at it for a very, very short time. Okay, 13, that's what you need. Megan on the Just Weather page, tornado watch in Sumter County. That goes until 5 o'clock. So here is the tornado watch. If you are just joining us on News 6 Plus, on clickorlando.com, on the News 6 weather app, Pinpoint weather app, to get you up to speed here, we'll transition out of the eclipse talk. This goes until 5 o'clock, really for the I-4 corridor, and then points to the northwest. If you're watching from Florida, this is where the worst of the weather is happening right now. Again, the good news is that there is not a ton happening. We have some thunder, we have some lightning, we have some very heavy rain out there, but there is nothing damaging at this time. The line has weakened considerably from where it was coming out of South Georgia and North Florida. The worst of the weather has moved off the coast in St. Augustine. We were watching that. Robert says, don't buy eclipse glasses from anybody in a van. That is great advice. Estero, Florida does not have that tornado watch in effect. That is going to be a little bit too far to your north. That line is expected to weaken a little bit, so no tornado watch for Estero, Florida. Okay, let's go here. We're looking at the Jacksonville radar right now. The line is slowly moving through Gainesville, Micanopy, into Reddick. We're going to be up in a little bit. Again, nothing severe right now. Let me just make sure that no new warnings have been issued here. So as that storm came through the St. Augustine airport about 25 minutes ago, reported a 43-mile-per-hour wind gust. Hey, Kimberly in Davenport. You are not in a tornado watch in Davenport in Polk County. You are not in a tornado watch. Still could get some strong storms, and I wouldn't say it's completely, that threat is completely zero, but that line should be weakening as it moves through Polk County, and officially not in the tornado watch at this time anyway. Yep, Marcus on the Just Weather page. Sun tomorrow. Young House Fly. Clearwater in a few hours. All right, so let's go through that future radar. It's been a while since we looked at the latest high-resolution model guidance here. And here we go where we are right now as we get towards 2 o'clock, and then there we go. That's about the time it's going to get toward Clearwater. So in about the next 2 to 3 hours, it's going to move through in the Clearwater area. That's all that junk that we have out over the ocean right now. That's going to move through, kind of sliding in just from the north and west. Someone is asking, how big is this storm? Let's take a look at that. It's really big. It's extending from the Canadian border, really about the Hudson Bay, all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. You see that spiral right there. The main upper low is hanging around Detroit right now, and just blasting parts of the Great Lakes with very heavy snow. And then we are on the cold front side of it into parts of the Carolinas through Georgia, and then, of course, into Florida as it works its way through. This will all be out of here tomorrow. Then some cooler, drier air starts to spill back in. So it is going to turn much colder, again, behind this system. You can take a look at the temperatures, and you can clearly see where the front has crossed. I mean, look at that. Little Rock is in the 50s right now. Birmingham at 60. Meanwhile, in Orlando, it's 83. And then Jacksonville at 70. So if you were to hop in the car right now, there's about a 20-degree difference from Orlando to the panhandle of Florida. So the front means business. That's why there's a shot for some stronger thunderstorms right there. So also some crazy stuff going on there. All right, I have a question about North Carolina. So let me get to the tornado watch for Central Florida goes until 5. Here is the tornado watch for the Carolinas. So there's another one there that's really from northern North Carolina. This is going to be into parts of Central Virginia, closer to Richmond, and then also for extreme eastern Maryland, and then into parts of the southern half of Delaware. So that is the new tornado watch that is in play for the Carolinas as well. I'll try to get some of the future radar on that while Sarasota's in it, Sleepy. They are in the tornado watch. But so far, all those storms are hanging out at sea. Those will be in the next couple of hours. Let me pull that back up. So the stuff that we are watching for the Gulf Coast and eventually for Central Florida, interior Central Florida, is this stuff coming in right here. So you see it kind of moving in from the west and all that stuff. Bob Andrews, we are in a tornado watch in Fort McCoy. Yes. You're going to be in until 5 o'clock. Really, that threat is going to be there for the next hour or two. Then we'll be able to give the all clear for Marion County. So this is going to happen the next couple of hours. And then really south and east of I-4, that's where it goes until a little bit later on this afternoon until 5 o'clock. Hey, Joey, on the Just Weather page, the wind is starting to kick up. Thank you for that report. If you could post in the comments where you're tuning in from, that'd be awesome. There's all that. Look at that storm. I wanted to show you this. Again, while we don't have any warnings in play, this is how intense this storm is. Look at all the snow coming towards Chicago, that big spiral. So this is the surface radar now. I was showing you the water vapor imagery, but this is just a beast. Blasting Marquette right now, blizzard conditions up that way. So this storm is a crazy strong storm, spring storm that moves through. Again, nothing atypical. We would typically see storms like this time of the year, but some really heavy rain moving through the Toronto area, Buffalo, and the northern Pennsylvania, and then there's the bigger snowstorm ready to take over for New England, parts of upstate New York, into Vermont, into New Hampshire, into Maine. That's where they could get about 12 to 18 inches. Glow the bot, hit that. You can post that comment in there as well. Wendy's asking about the Diggs trade. Crazy stuff for Buffalo. But, man, the Texans are going to be rough this year. Getting another crazy receiver. All right, hey, Joseph, Silver Springs. So we're going to be watching that for you. Let me get back to the radar. We're in a tornado watch until 5 in Silver Springs in Marion County, okay? Right now, nothing has me too concerned with this line of storms coming in. That is on land at this present time. All the nasty stuff, really, that we're going to watch is hanging back in here, okay? So that is going to be something that we just keep an eye on over the next couple of hours. But that threat is going to be there for damaging winds and maybe, and then that potential anyway for a tornado, which is why that tornado watch is out. Sorry, just looking at some different things here. All right, Sleepy on the Just Weather page asking, is Richmond, Virginia in a watch? Yes, Richmond is included in that tornado watch. It extends from the northern North Carolina, then through central Virginia, then parts of Maryland, and into Delaware. Robert's asking, is this a result of weather patterns changing from El Nino to La Nina? Not exactly. Right now, we just have a big spring storm. These storms typically happen whenever you get the big differences in temperature. when you get the kind of the jet stream changing a little bit, if you've been watching some of the videos that we posted on the Just Weather page, we were talking about that we were likely going to see March go out like a lion, with some nasty weather coming through, and then that would continue into April as a result of what we monitor the Arctic oscillation, meaning that the jet stream weakens a little bit. It gets a little curvy, gets a little bendy, and allows the cooler air to spill down from Canada. And when you get those differences in temperatures, you can get these big storms like this. So this one really isn't a result of that, but all that, but that's how this one was kind of born, as the jet stream is a little bit weaker than normal, and we get that to happen. No, so if you are watching in Savannah, you are in the clear. The worst of the weather has passed you, so that tornado threat is gone, for Savannah, Georgia. Just playing with one thing. Alrighty, guys. We are on the quieter side right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step away for just a little bit of time. I'm going to grab something to eat while we are nice and quiet. Um, Relatively speaking, we have thunder, we have lightning moving through Florida. We do have a tornado watch out until 5 o'clock tonight for Central Florida. We have a tornado watch that extends into the evening as well in northern North Carolina, into Virginia, into the Carolinas. So I'm going to look over some of the latest data, do some dissecting here for just a little bit, and then we'll be back here at around 1:30 in the afternoon, okay? So we're going to be watching that, so I'm just going to be hanging off camera here for a second, looking at some of the latest data that's coming in with this line to see if this line is going to pulse up. I'm going to keep this stream live here, so if you're watching a new 6 Plus, we're going to keep that rolling for you. If you're watching on the Just Weather YouTube page, I'm going to put the national stream on for you so we can watch the crazy weather that is going on. I'm going to expand this out a little bit so that everybody can see the crazy storm that is spiraling here across the country and working through. Look at that thing. I mean, literally extending from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up into the Hudson Bay. Just nuts. And some stronger storms moving through the Carolinas. This is what we're going to be watching here, moving through central Virginia and then into eastern Virginia, southeast Maryland, into Delaware. So that's what we watch over the next few hours for our friends in the Mid-Atlantic. And then for us in Central Florida, again, Jacksonville, we're in the clear. The Panhandle of Florida, we're in the clear. We're looking good. Are you talking about Glow the Bot, Riverview, Florida? And yeah, good point. Good point. Robbie Lynn says never say the Q word. That's a really good point. Okay, so yeah, if you're talking about Riverview, Florida, there is no tornado watch. There's the thing, and it just stops right before Hillsborough, right before Pinellas, right before the Tampa area. So anybody north of Tampa, we're in that tornado watch. Kind of like just to the north and west of I-4, extending up toward Daytona Beach into Volusia County. So yeah, not in that tornado watch, but still could have some strong storms. We'll see if they extend it, but I would imagine not. Rick, I wouldn't say it was all related to solar activity. It certainly plays a role, but this isn't from solar activity or anything like that. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to keep this stream live. I'm going to keep the satellite loop up for you. So if you want to do that, comment amongst yourselves if you want. Before I go for this short time, I'm going to be watching this closely. Again, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. If at about 1:30, if a warning pops up, we're going to hop on earlier, of course. But until then, I'm again going to hop off until about 1:30. Subscribe to Just Weather if you're watching on the Just Weather page. Would love to have you on board, especially if you're a weather nerd like me, love weather content, all that stuff. Hit that subscribe button for me. Hit that thumbs up button for me. And if you live in Florida or anywhere in the Southeast and want to stay updated on Florida weather specifically, and you're watching on the WKMG Click Orlando page, hit that subscribe button for me. I know, sorry for the shameless plug. But love hanging out with you guys. Thank you so much for the weather conversation. Love having you on board there. Thank you to everybody posting your storm reports in there, what the weather's doing outside in your community, and all that stuff. I'll be back here again and all that coming up at about 1:30. So stick around. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for tracking the weather with us. Be right back. What? I know. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you. It's just after 1:30 Eastern Time. We are pinpointing a pretty significant system across the eastern two-thirds of the country. We are coming at you live, of course, on clickorlando.com. We are a station based out of Central Florida, but we are talking about the weather across the entire state of Florida and the country, also on the Click Orlando YouTube page. If you'd like to stay updated on Florida weather, hit subscribe if you're watching on that page. If you're watching on the Just Weather page, we expand out and talk about weather across North America, the Caribbean, also Canada, and of course, the United States as well. We get into real detailed weather analysis. So if you like that stuff, hit that subscribe button for me and join the team. Hit that thumbs up button if you are finding this live stream helpful. It helps to push it out to other people. All right, first and foremost, here's the deal. We have a couple of tornado watches out. The first one is in the mid-Atlantic, going from northern North Carolina into Virginia, into parts of southern Maryland, and into Delaware. The second one is going to be in Florida. This is going to include most of central Florida, just south of Jacksonville. There is the line of storms. We're going to get into that in just 1 second. There is the tornado threat itself, really in that black line, or that brown line, I should say, that's extending just to about St. Augustine, into Daytona Beach, into Marion County, into the areas really along and northwest of I-4. Tornado watch now extends until 5 o'clock. This was issued at about 11:30, and that includes Orange County. That's including Orlando, and then into the Gulf Coast of Florida. That's extending up from Bayonet Point into Cedar Key. That includes Palm Coast on the Atlantic side of Florida, and then through Daytona Beach into Marion County and into Volusia County. Of course, Sumter, Lake, Seminole, and I think I said Marion already. We're not included in Osceola and Brevard, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get any strong storms there, and I'll talk about that in just 1 second, go over the latest timeline with this. The good thing is, at this present time, we don't have any warnings out there. Everything is, relatively speaking, on the tame side. Don't want to jinx it. Everybody knock on wood, and we're going to get through this. We have a line of stronger thunderstorms, though, coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier. Let me real quick, I'm going to switch back to the Jacksonville radar and really get a gauge on how those storms are doing, if they are weakening, if they are strengthening. And the good thing is, notice how the darker reds aren't as red, at least coming out of Gainesville, moving into Fort McCoy and Reddick, moving into Marineland and Palm Coast and Bunnell. That's a good thing. When we see those reflectivity numbers or those values, those colors on the lower side, that means our storms aren't super, super intense. We do have lightning. Of course, we all know that can be deadly, especially if we're living in the state of Florida. We are the lightning capital of the United States, not even close. And we have some of those strikes, again, in and around Denellen. It's nothing too impressive, though, so that is some good news. What is a little bit more impressive is the junk coming at us from the Gulf of Mexico. And you see the reds getting a little bit darker, indicating we have more intense thunderstorm activity trying to work its way back onto land right now. So we're going to get real close in here. Homosassa, we are starting to see the heaviest rain coming through. Inverness, Hernando. We have some light rain now, some lightning strikes around, but that's where the heaviest stuff is coming in. It's just off towards our west. But again, our severe weather threat, at this point anyway, is just going to be, is really going to last for another hour or so, and then we can really give the all clear for you guys in the Levy County and coming out of Crystal River, Hernando, Lake Panosophy. We have a few downpours around, no lightning associated with it just out at that time. Let me zoom out further, and really what I want to do is I'm going to turn on the velocity mode. And what the velocity mode allows us to do is to see if the wind is moving in one direction or if it's trying to rotate. Again, we have the tornado watch, so we do have a little bit of the ingredients present and out there for these storms to take advantage of that could get them to spin a little bit, okay? So that's what we want to check. Let me change this to a bunch of different colors. It's going to turn to be that red and green color. If you were with us earlier on the stream, that's what we were looking at before. Okay, so here we go. This is off the coast of the Gulf Coast of Florida. So you see Bayonet Point. A couple of things stick out at me, and this is what we want to watch for now over the next couple of hours. These storms, let me turn on the loop. They're moving kind of northwest or southwest to northeast. right here. Can everybody see this? Hit that thumbs up button if you can see this difference here. Notice that green next to the red? So this is almost a tornado vortex signature. You need to have those touching. What this means is that we do have some broad rotation, so we could have a water spout out here. That's one concerning couplet. We have another one right here. It's broad, but right through there. But those are going to be the two that we're going to watch as that works toward Pine Island and as this works into Bayonet Point. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on those, and we will see if they hold together. A lot of times when they come on land, they kind of lose it a little bit if the instability isn't high enough. Now, there was just, if you're familiar with how we get weather data, there are a couple balloon launches each day. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station just released one of theirs, and it's a little saucy. Picked up that we do have enough spin in the atmosphere to produce some tornadoes, and certainly to maintain the strength going forward. Now, that was over the Atlantic side. We'll see if we can keep these together, but and all that stuff. So, yeah, carbon fiber, you are correct, although that would, even when they're not touching, that means we have some sort of mesocyclone, some sort of rotation going. It's just very, very broad. But like you mentioned, when they touch like that, that's when you can almost guarantee that we at least have a funnel cloud there, if not even touching the ground. So we are going to stay on top of that. We're going to monitor those storms coming in off of the Gulf right now. They are certainly have a little more oomph in them than the stuff coming down, say, from Gainesville into Marion County right now. So let me check this out. We have some very bright greens. This is next to Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Clearwater, nasty line of thunderstorms. And again, there are a few little of these kind of indentations that where in a situation like today, you could get a quick spin up. This is not your day where we're looking at something like Oklahoma would see, or what they saw over the past couple of days elsewhere across the country, where we have these discrete supercells that are going to produce these big, strong tornadoes. Certainly, any tornado is damaging, but we're not looking. At I think these long track tornadoes like what they saw, unfortunately, over the last couple of days. Let me zoom this out. Have some questions on Port Orange and Volusia County. Oh, the good question. Someone asking about what's the purple. We call that the purple haze. That is because it's getting too far out, so the radar really can't see. So anything behind the purple haze is bad radar data. And even in here, you're getting very, very high up into the atmosphere. So yeah, once you go beyond that purple haze, it's bad radar data because it's just too far away to be seen. It'd be nice if there was like an island out there that we could put a radar on so we could see what's coming, but there's not. All right, let's turn on the regular radar. And when I say regular, that's the reflectivity. If you have a radar app, more often than not, that is what you're going to see there. Okay, so still behaving nicely. Yes, it will be true that will be 40-mile-per-hour gusts across Central Florida. I'll show you that right now, and then this will kind of get into some of the questions here. That is, they do, and Al, they do. I'm familiar with that. Hey, what's going on in Mascot, Kit Kat? All right, so we're going to talk about the future radar right now, and then we're going to get into some of the winds because you've already felt the gusts, if you will, and those are going to get a little stronger over the next couple of hours. So hang tight with me for just 1 second, and we're going to go over the timeline of these storms. So we're sitting about 2 o'clock now. I think it's doing a pretty good job, future radar is, of pinpointing where the storms are. So this is at 3 o'clock. So Port Orange. We had a question on the Just Weather page. Port Orange, we're going to be up around 3 o'clock. So that's at about an hour to 2 hours from there. Same for us into Lake Catherine, Eustis, Claremont, Mascot. You'll be up around that 3 to 5 o'clock ballpark. Bushnell, Center Hill, Nobleton, into the southern end of Lake Apopka, Clearwater, Groveland, Mineola. Just trying to see what town names pop into my head where this line is coming through. Yahala, Lake Panisofsky. That's where we're going to be around that 3 to 5 o'clock time frame, okay? Now we're going to go forward into the future. Here we go from 4 to 6. From 4 to 6, and it's going to start to move closer towards the I-4 corridor. So Sanford into Heathrow, East Orange County, Apopka, Pine Hills, Winter Garden, Davenport, Lakeland, Southern Lake County, and then through Tampa, and then getting closer to St. Pete. Then there's that 5 to 7 o'clock time frame. We're starting to come up toward Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Mims, Scottsmore, Rockledge, Vieira, Grand Falcaria, Melbourne. That's when we'll be under the gun. Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Point Siena, into Yeehaw Junction, not yet, but closer to Kenansville, into Deer Park, Holopah. That's when we'll be up into that evening time frame. And then really by 7 o'clock in the central Florida area, we're going to be mainly done with this. You still see some rocking storms in and around Mico, Palm Bay. That's when we'll be under the gun for that later on this evening. The villages, we're going to be watching you over the next hour or two. That's whenever you guys are going to be up in the villages. We're going to be watching that closely inbound going through. Okay, so just keep that all in mind. I want to show you now the winds. So here are the wind gusts right now. So we're already pushing 40 miles an hour. These are official numbers, so this isn't the forecast. These are the actual reports that are coming in from official observing sites. So we have about a 40-mile-per-hour wind out of the southwest. These are the gusts now, not sustained. That'd be crazy if it was sustained. But still, really gusty out there in Orlando. Kissimmee at 30-mile-per-hour gust just about. Melbourne just over that. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach about 30 miles an hour. So that's where we are seeing the gusty winds across central Florida. They're going to pick up. I have this set all the way back to the past. Let me scroll back into the future here. This is going to be the wind forecast into the early afternoon. So here we are about right now, and it's doing a pretty good job. Look at that. So it forecast a 39-mile-per-hour wind in Orlando. It was 38. So it's doing a really nice job forecasting the winds. We're likely going to keep that elevated again through the evening. We do have a wind advisory up until 8 o'clock tonight. Sebring, hope you're doing well, Katrina. Yeah, you super gusty. Super gusty as well. So there is all that. And for the wind gusts, let me just see. I'm trying to read through comments on both the Click Orlando page and the Just Weather page. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. Thank you for hanging out with us as we track this nasty line of storms. Again, we don't have any warnings out, so I'm hopeful right now that we continue to do that, but we have some beefy storms off of the Gulf Coast of Florida. I want to just show you quickly here the change in temperature that's coming. It's going to be a little bit of a shock to the system as we are going from the mid-80s back down to the 60s over the next couple of days. There's going to be 40s in North Florida really as we get into Thursday morning, Friday, and Saturday. So it's a nice big shock to the system, for sure, behind this cold front. So that's what we are watching. Okay, so let's get back to the radar now. And if I miss your question, I apologize. There's a lot of questions coming in, and I thank you for that. So keep them coming, and if I don't get to it, post it again, and I'm gonna try to keep monitoring the questions and tracking the storms on the radar. I know there's a lot of weather nerds out there. If you are seeing something as well, if you are seeing something that I haven't shown or looked at, post it in the comments, okay? Because I'm focused on a couple different areas, and there's a lot of storms out there. So I had a few people helping out before, and I appreciate that a ton. So yeah, all right, let me get back to the radar. All righty. That's the big radar. A lot of snow coming into the Great Lakes region. The upper Midwest, man. I mean, the Northeast, interior New England, going to get rocked with some snow. Just crazy stuff. All right, Port Charlotte, welcome. We're going to be up in a couple of hours. It should not the trend for Port Charlotte will be for these storms to start weakening a little bit. by the time they get there. We're not in the tornado watch in Port Charlotte, but there are still some nasty storms to our west that we are going to watch. Someone asked about the villages. Let me just check something real quick. All right, I'm going to show you the velocity mode on this. This one's getting kind of close to land. I oftentimes do the squirrel thing where I'm like looking, okay, and we got to go someplace else. This is, I think, the most, at least since we've been on over the last couple of hours, so far, this is the most impressive teeny tiny couplet that we have. It's still not crazy, but if anybody's watching from Bayonet Point, Jasmine Estates, Newport Richey especially, if anybody's watching from Newport Richey, post that in the comments. It's going to be right here, and you might be able to point that out on your screen if, let me get my telestrator out. There's the couplet right through there. So there's the red. Just make sure I'm on the correct radar. Yep, I'm on the Tampa radar. So Tampa, gusty and Spring Hill. Okay. So we're going to watch this guy here. Now, given instability, we see this happen a lot in tropical instances, but it's a little bit different in a tropical thing because you have certainly a lot of wind shear with the westerly winds, and then you've got the counterclockwise flow of a tropical system. But sometimes the friction of the land can tighten that couplet up. Again, it's not too impressive. But if you are in Newport Richey, Parrot Dude, welcome. Just keep an eye to this, okay? We have the wind going Tampa south, the wind going, that's the wind going toward the radar in green, like that, and then the wind going away from the radar, just like that. So our couplet are a little bit of mid-level rotation. Again, it's not tight by any means, but that is what we're going to be watching over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So now you saw that radar scan, so it moves. So let's check it out. It has decoupled further. I like that. But now we'll just have to wait to see if the interaction with land changes anything. Let me just make sure that the Weather Service has not issued. If anybody's watching from Levy County, the tornado watch has been allowed to expire. So we are in the clear. Iron sharpens iron. Welcome in Newport Richey. And the good thing, okay, so we're getting some more radar updates. Let me get back to so yeah, watching that closely. Again, there are no warnings on that. There's just a little bit of rotation in that thing. Weather Florida Man says 64 mile per hour wind gusts in western Crystal River. Lost power right after it did. Was there a storm going on there at that time, or was that just kind of a non-thunderstorm wind? I'd be curious to see what happened there. Nico Rios on the Just Weather channel says, I worried winds picking up. It says anything about Mascot. Mascot, we're still a couple of hours away from those storms getting to Mascot and Mineola and Groveland. But they could be a little nasty. And we're watching to see. And really, the next 30 minutes that we're hanging out here together is really going to be telling to see if these storms, at least the intensity coming off of the ocean, can be sustained a little bit. So the next really few minutes as this comes through Newport Richey is really going to be telling. Because, I mean, the good thing is here, I mean, they fell apart here. There's Spring Hill. I know it's super windy in Spring Hill, but those are quote unquote just little downpours. A lot of lightning coming through Hernando. Somebody asked about the lightning threat before, and I don't think that I answered that question. But the lightning is certainly going to be there. We have more lightning strikes. Here we go into somebody asked about the villages. The strongest stuff is still off to your west. We have the downpours in the villages through Wildwood right now. Spring Hill, very thundery. So those are all so for you guys watching in Spring Hill, and I know a bunch of you guys are on here from Spring Hill, so thank you for joining the stream, and thank you for the reports. But here are all the actual lightning strikes that you are hearing in Spring Hill. There's Spring Hill, and then kind of towards Weeki Wachee, Timber Pines, Bayport, that's where all the lightning is. That's coming to you, so you're going to actually see some lightning pretty soon with that little burst of rain. So that's what's going on right there. Largo, that line should be weakening as it gets closer to you. Okay, so just got a report from the National Weather Service in Tampa that there is a power line down in Newport Richey. So that's the storm that we were just looking for. So my friends that were on the stream from Newport Richey, keep that in mind that there may have just been a little bit of damage done. Certainly in any situation, make sure that you don't go near the live lines. Okay, treat every line, even if it doesn't look live, as it is live. Unfortunately, a lot of people lose their lives by going near and accidentally stepping on it or whatever, but just make sure you're keeping that in mind, as we may have had a little bit of damage in Port St. Richie. And we had a couple of people on from Newport Richey. So if you guys, when you can do so safely, post in the comments. Let me know how things are going there. Let me get back up into Marion County. We have some super heavy rain coming through. So Fellowship, Denellen, our severe weather threat is over, okay? Now, closer to Bellevue, we're still in it for a little bit. Let me just see here. Okay, somebody wanted to know Pine Ridge on the Just Weather Channel. So we have some residual lightning strikes nearby. The good news is that the worst is now past you. So there's still some super heavy rain in Citrus Hills and Hernando heading toward Inverness, but the worst is all good for you. So, and that was in Crystal River, correct? Weather Florida man. Okay, I'm looking for more storm reports if they come in. And again, if anybody sees anything, hears anything, post that in the comment section. Let me know. Okay, thank you, Weather Florida man. All right, I had a request to check in on Delaware. Let me just make sure that there's nothing super concerning here coming on to the Gulf side of Florida real quick. Let me just... I mean, this will be fantastic if this is how it's going to go. I know there's been some damage across the Big Bend area, but the good news is, and the trend means everything, and the trend with these storms as they move from the ocean onto land is to decouple a little bit, so that couplet that looks like it's trying to form to rotate is falling apart. So let me just real quick remind me of this, because I am going to forget. All right, I'm going to check in the rotation if there's any coming in on the Gulf side of Florida. Then I want to show you the future radar so that everybody knows what is coming through Central Florida. And then I'm going to check in on Delaware to do all that stuff too. So hang on, Steve and Sorrento on the Just Weather page. We're going to do a future radar run here and check all that out. What I want to do first, and again, somebody remind me because I am going to forget, because when there's two things in my brain, it just gets weird. All right, so I want to go to velocity out of Tampa. Okay, we're going to watch that guy. Okay, so around Palm Harbor, Curlew, and Dundon, that is a nice, let's see what the wind is being estimated as. About 40 to 50 miles an hour coming in off of the Gulf into Palm Harbor, into Innisbrook, East Lake. So again, heads up over there, okay? For you guys right along the Gulf Coast. There's a little bit of rotation, just a teeny tiny bit. You can kind of see that little pink blotch show up here. Right on in here. There's that notch. There's some of the green. So again, we're going to watch that. That is moving in this direction. Again, no warnings or anything. It's not too concerning. It's just a teeny tiny bit. But we're going to watch to see if that pulses up or pulses back down. And so far, they've been pulsing back down. So good news. All right, so now everybody asking about through the Central Florida area, about Sorrento and downtown Orlando. And, okay, so Parrot Dude, thank you for that report. Yes, this is typical Florida weather, World Radio 8200, but it still doesn't mean that you can't give someone a heads up, right? Right? We're tracking it, even if it is typical. That's what happens. That's why we're here. Parrot Dude reporting that he lost power in Newport Richey as that storm that we were tracking and moving in off the Gulf came on through. So now that's the second report from Newport Richey that we have some damage. So again, just keep that in mind that we do have some history now of some of these producing a little bit of damage and some power outages. Jacksonville, we are in the clear. So let me take you through the next couple of hours. Now, this is about an hour from now. The line of thunderstorms is going to be heading toward the Sorrento area. So you see the darker red. Let me point out Sorrento. That's about right in here. Love Sorrento, by the way. It's awesome. Apopka will be in that line. Lake Panisofsky, Yalaha, into Nobleton, Coleman, into Mascot, Groveland, Lake Mineola. That's where we're going to be around. By 4 or 5 o'clock, this is going to be closing in on downtown Orlando, Sanford, Edgewater, Mims, Scottsmore. Thank you, Nobo Frog. My apologies. Nobo Frog on Just Weather corrected me I said Dundon. I think because I was just watching the Dundee Awards on The Office the other day. That's probably why that was that slip. If anybody's seen that show. Great show. So thank you, Nobo Frog. I appreciate you on the Just Weather page. See, I lost my train of thought. There we go. As we get towards 4 to 6 o'clock, those storms then push towards the Space Coast. Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, into Kissimmee, and then down into Lakeland, Davenport area, toward Clearwater, St. Pete Beach, Sarasota, Bradenton, Melbourne, Micco. I almost said spring training was in full swing. I mean, that is obviously the baseball season has began. Where the heck is this year going? And then there we go. With a few more scattered storms, really by 7 o'clock, the severe weather threat is going to be really, really winding down. Okay, so we have reports, again, strong winds where those came through. So before I get back up to Delaware, I keep getting reports there from the Gulf Coast that we have some crazy winds coming through. So let me just get back out there. Let's check up on what is going on with those storms coming through. And we're back. Okay, I need to zoom this out. Near 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in Hudson. Okay, so there's the... All right, so we're going to be watching this. Again, this is the same. So there's the scan coming through. On the Barrier Islands just off of Palm Harbor, we have some pretty strong winds. Let me get the question mark out. Measuring about 45 to 55 miles an hour coming through. Hey, thanks, Florida Tarpon Wrangler. I appreciate that. Yeah, obviously, love Tom. He's the man. He is the man. All right, we're going to scroll that out. So that's where the strongest wind, the nastiest of the storms right now are just off the coast of Palm Harbor, Innisbrook, Curlew, and apologies if I'm screwing up some names. West Virginia. West Virginia is not under the tornado watch right now. In the Brandon area just east of Tampa, those storms are going to move in within the next hour or two. And then you could have some of those gusty winds coming through. Downtown Orlando, it's hard to say about how bad it's going to be. So far, there's been some spotty damage with these storms rolling in off of the Gulf. More often than not, though, they've fallen apart. So we're going to have to watch the trend. We've been able to build a little bit of instability, and with the recent balloon launch, we were able to dissect that there is still a minimal tornado threat there. So we're going to have to watch. St. Pete, right now we're doing okay, but those storms are off to our west. I'm going to be watching this really quick. Let me just make sure. Okay, Brooksville in Hernando County just reported a wind gust of 51 miles an hour. That is below severe levels, but still pretty rocking. Ocala is looking pretty good right now. We have some heavy rain, but there's nothing severe. Let me turn back the regular radar, and let me get back to the Jacksonville radar. That is the radar that we use for Marion County. So here's the update on the storms in Marion County. Reddick Fellowship, Denellen, we are in the clear. We are done with the severe weather threat today, okay? Ocala, we are just about done. I mean, we'll be able to give the all clear for you basically now. Bellevue, we're still in it for just a few more minutes. Into the Ocala National Forest. In the Silver Spring, we have some scattered thunderstorms around. Awesome. Thanks, Ann. So the Winter Garden in Oakland area, we're going to be watching for some gusty winds, strong winds, probably 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's going to come in within the next hour or so, okay? So that is what we're going to be dealing with. More like 2 hours. What time is it now? It's 2 o'clock. It'll be around the Winter Garden area into that 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock ballpark. Okay, so right in there as these storms move in off the ocean. So just keep that in mind. I hope the lemon tree stays good. Hey, thanks, Lucas Weather, on the Just Weather page. Thank you very much for that. El Mamo 2000, you got it. Thanks for being here, my friend. Heavy rain in Wildwood. Thank you for that report. Let's go up and check in on some of that heavy rain in Wildwood. There it is, the darker yellows on the map, some lightning strikes around. That is also including Okahumpka into Leesburg. That is moving into Silver Lake. Fruitland Park, the darker yellows there also getting back in. And to see another report came in. Okay, I'm just asking a question in the Weather Service chat. I was just checking every now and then when I glance over. There's another computer to my left off screen that has all the damage reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Awesome stuff. Parrot Dude says he's got power back in Newport Richey. Thank you for that. Tom in Clearwater, thank you so much for that report on the Just Weather page. I'm going to try to bounce around up into the northeast for mid-Atlantic as well. Right now we have some, I don't want to say concerning weather, because right now it's relatively tame. There have been some power outages coming through on the Gulf side of Florida where these storms have started to roll through. There's been some weak rotation, nothing too strong, nothing too concerning at this point. But again, on that isolated scale, we are seeing those wind gusts pushing 60 miles an hour, and we have had reports of some power outages and some damage coming through. So again, that's obviously not what we want coming through. Power still off in Crystal River. There are no reports of flying cows yet, to the best of my knowledge. So we are good to go on that. Let me turn on the Tampa radar. Let's get a better look at these. Thank you, Johnny Kissimmee. A little bit of heavy wind, some light rain. Stream packs, tornado watch in Orange County right now. Is there a possible of a tornado threat? Yes. So that tornado watch is going to roll for another couple of hours. It ends at 5. And then we'll be able to give the all clear as that line comes through. The good thing is, and again, I don't want to say good. I don't want to jinx it. That's not how it works. But I still don't want to say good thing because we are seeing some power outages and we are still seeing some damage. But the rotation anyway is the trend has been for that to weaken considerably as it moves from the Gulf into the onto land. Robert from Ocala on the Just Weather page says that at least 60-mile-per-hour gust north of Ocala. Army Aquatics, we're actually in an El Nino, so this is not your typical La Nina severe weather. We're still in El Nino for another couple of months, and then we flip the switch to La Nina. It's coming on strong, but yeah, typically the weather in Florida is nasty during an El Nino year, and then it's dry during a La Nina year until, unfortunately, you get into hurricane season. Not saying that anything is guaranteed to come your way in Florida during a La Nina, but we typically have an uptick of that activity. Yeah, so Mark Swisher eats and stuff. I'm going to have an update to that on Friday. I'm going to have an update on the cloud cover. Right now, the best part to see the eclipse weather-wise is literally the Northeast, upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. That's where the skies appear to be the clearest at this point. Texas is a little dicey. The Ohio River Valley a little dicey. I think you're going to be okay maybe in northern Arkansas, Missouri. But we're going to keep an eye on that. And again, I'm going to have an update before the weekend. That'll be on Friday. Tomorrow on the Just Weather page, I'm going to have an update. Colorado State comes out with their hurricane predictions tomorrow. That's one of the most well-respected long-range hurricane outlooks that we have. Their initial one comes out tomorrow, so we'll have that. Yeah, someone asked on the WKMG Click Orlando page, and if you love weather, and if you love weather content and tracking the weather alongside us, go subscribe to the Just Weather page, whether you're just finding us for the first time. So Matrix, the Just Weather page is that is a YouTube page that is just weather. Well, sometimes we delve into the astronomy thing, like with the eclipse, and if there's something cool, like some of the comets that are coming into our sky, we'll have that as well. Let me see if I can. Let me see if that works. But that's what it is. I just pinned that, so you can do that as well. So thanks. And if you really love weather content, we have a show every day at 8 a.m. on News 6 Plus. Even if you're not in the Central Florida area, download News 6 Plus. It's free for your smart TV. All right, so while I'm rambling on here, we have that orange polygon that popped up around Tampa. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning now. So let's check in on this. Let me get the latest details on that warning, when it goes to. Just to make sure. They've not added the tornado possible tag, so that's relatively speaking some good news. And this is the one, by the way, that caused some of the damage and power outages right on the Gulf Coast. You got it, Parrot Dude. Thanks for being here. So, Katie, Brevard isn't in the tornado watch just because we are expecting that line to weaken. So that is probably why the tornado watch wasn't extended to Osceola and Brevard. But there's also, they issued that at 11 o'clock, and typically they're about 6-hour increments. So they may have an opportunity to extend it a little bit further south if those parameters remain as if they are still elevated, so to speak, for tornadic activity. Awesome, Mark Swisher eats and stuff on the Just Weather page. That is great. That is great. Plattsburgh's looking pretty good right now. Pretty good. Again, I'm not gonna call victory until the fat lady sings, because you guys know it. The weather can change all the time, but it has looked now for a week that we're going to get clear skies in upstate New York, Vermont, Maine, Newfoundland. Awesome stuff. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for anybody tuning in from Texas and Arkansas. All right, so let's get to it real quick. West Chase, Carrollwood, Northdale, Keystone, Lutz, Pebble Creek, Temple Terrace, downtown Tampa. We are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Palm River, Orient Park, Mango, Thanatos-Sassa. We are in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Let's check this out. Let me get my question mark up, and that gives us the details on this warning just issued from the National Weather Service out of Tampa. Going until 2:45 in the afternoon for Hillsborough and Pinellas County. That's going to include Carrollwood, Egypt Lake, Keystone, right there. Ocala is good. Ocala is good. We have the rain moving out of there. Joseph, the fat lady's not singing just yet. Not yet. But I hope so soon. Hey, you got it, Nick. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the comments, so thank you. As we track these storms together, which so far have been relatively tame. Carbon fiber, we're still doing good in Lake County right now. We have some scattered thunderstorms around. Let me zoom out and I'll show you. So depending upon what part of Lake County that you are in, let me get in. So there's Lisbon, there's Leesburg, Eustis, lightning strike just overhead. So there's some of that cloud to ground lightning. Umatilla, we're getting some of the rain, some heavier stuff coming into Tavares. Somebody asked about Mount Dora earlier. Okay, so there you go, in Eustis, carbon fiber. There you go. That is literally your lightning strike right there, just off of 44. Right pretty much in town. The heavier rain is coming in your direction as well, so that rain is going to pick up pretty soon. So there we go. Somebody was asking about Ocala. We were pretty much done with this. We're done with the severe weather threat. Almost done with the rain even. Now there will be another round this evening, so we're not like completely done with the rain, but we're done with this round rain. This round of rain, and then eventually we're gonna see just a few more scattered showers and storms pop up. You see some of the light rain around Gainesville right now. No, with you there, Army Aquatics. Just windy in Daytona Beach. Thank you for that. Someone hearing the thunder in Apopka. Yeah, you guys likely heard the same lightning strike. The thunder from the same lightning strike. There it is there. Just a couple of lightning strikes around Eustis and Fruitland Park right now. Some super heavy rain. Sarasota, question on the Just Weather page. And we're streaming again on clickorlando.com, New 6 Plus, and the Pinpoint Weather app. So welcome to no matter where you're tuning in from. Then also on our Just Weather page, we talk about mostly all things weather. Oh, so I missed this one on the Just Weather page. Tom is asking to see you do an analysis each year of the accuracy of last year's predictions. Um, I don't think that they do one at the end of the year, but we can go back and check, and that's a great. I'm going to make a note to include that in tomorrow's video. So we'll go back, and I'm going to use their April forecast for the last couple of years. I know one of the things that a lot of people say is, they say it's going to be active every single year. Truth be told, it has been active every single year. I just want to remind everybody as we get on this little tangent, as we watch these strong storms come onto the Gulf, that it doesn't have to hit your town to be an active year. I always use the 1992 example. 92 was a super down year for hurricanes across the Atlantic basin, with the exception of one storm, and that was Hurricane Andrew. So it was a terrible, terrible year for the people in South Florida. But just because, again, you don't get hit doesn't mean it's not an active season. And last year was uncharacteristically active in an El Nino year. But that's a story for another time. We're going to have their update from Colorado State tomorrow, so look for that on the Just Weather page and on clickorlando.com. So that's a thing there. We're going to have their predictions. Again, they're not mine. They're not ours. They're from Colorado State. They've been working on this all summer long. So we'll pass that along whenever it comes. All right. Someone reporting a power outage on Grand Island near Eustis. Okay, so we'll see if we can get some of that. We'll see if we get any more reports about some power being out there. Okay, let's... So this is what we're going to watch now. So if everybody is just hanging out here, just Tony, yeah, I can't even imagine going through something like Andrew or Ian or Dahlia or one of those big ones, Irma. I mean, we've not been lucky as a state of late. So hopefully we can just do a lot of dodging this year. St. Augustine, thank you for that report. Trooper Steve, you're the man standing in Lake Mary, ready to safely pin my photos. Great point. If you have a photo and you have the free Pinpoint Weather app, you can track the storms to your location, also submit a photo right there. Just sign up. There you'll become a free insider of New 6, and you'll be able to post and see everybody else's pictures as well, and that's how we can get your picture on TV. Thank you for that, Trooper Steve. He's hanging out watching the weather in the Lake Mary area right now. Hey, Deja, on Just Weather, thank you so much for Titusville. I love that. Doc Ohm, the mobile home mafia. I love it. I love it. No, we got you guys. All right, so this is what I want to point out here as we are watching. This is kind of the expectation for these darker little blotches of red. These are the guys that we're going to be concerned with that will have the potential for a quick little spin up. So those 4 or 5 cells that I just circled there, and there might be a few more coming out of southern Marion County entering into Lake. We're going to go check that out in just one second. But whenever those guys get isolated a little bit, and we've also noticed the lightning start to uptick in those. We talked about how just as they came on shore that they pulsed down. Well, they're pulsing back up. So that tells us a couple of things here. That tells us that we're able to generate some instability, that fuel for these storms to work with. And we also have some of that low-level wind shear, which is one of the reasons and the primary reason why we have that tornado watch. So what we're going to do is, let me get these circles off of here. And I know I had some questions to go elsewhere across the country with that bigger storm system there. But we got to stay here because at any moment we could get some warnings popping back up. So let me change this to the velocity mode. Again, that's going to help us determine. Nothing too crazy here, although we do have, this is a very broad couplet west of Dade City. Somebody asked about Wesley Chapel and Zephyr Hills earlier. So we have some stronger winds coming through if they're not there already. Vern brought up a good point too. Yeah, I love showing that where the lightning strikes actually come in. When people say that they can hear the thunder, I like to show them where the lightning strike actually is. I think that's pretty cool too, and that lightning detection is unreal these days to pinpoint exactly where that lightning strike came through. So it's a lot of fun. So if you hear thunder, post in the comments, and we can go lightning strike hunting to talk about where that lightning strike actually came in from. Kissimmee right now is looking okay. We're still a couple hours away from that line of storms getting into Kissimmee. Okay. So right around West Chase, there's another. This right here, it's very broad. This rotation, just quick heads up in Northdale, Carrollwood. This is north of Tampa. We're in that severe thunderstorm warning. But there's a little bit of broad rotation there. Let me just get to the Tampa thing, see if they... Katie with a report in MIMS. Thank you for that. Thank you, Vincent, for the report in Silver Springs. Moderate rain coming through. Okay, so good point there on the Just Weather page. James says Tampa thunderstorm warning now has a tornado possible flag. So that's going to be for that area that we just showed where we had that broad rotation. We were talking about that earlier, that a lot of times now the Weather Service, if there's just not enough or the rotation isn't tight enough, they'll go ahead and put a little hidden tag on the severe thunderstorm that that there could be a tornado possible. And it's all kind of jumbled right now. We're waiting for the scan to come in, but it's right around Northdale. That's where it was before. And we'll wait for that full scan to come in, but there was the weak little couplet right in there. So again, this is just an early heads up. If you're watching from Northdale or Pebble Creek, we'll see what this comes back down as well. All right, have a couple of comments now from. We'll come right back to that, I promise. Into the Oviedo area. Let me get back. The UCF Oviedo area, East Orange County, and Eastern Seminole County. Nothing crazy right now. The wind has picked up significantly as that front is coming through. So that is all non-thunderstorm wind gusts coming through, 40-ish mile per hour wind gusts, and all that stuff. Alex, in Lake Tarpon and Palm Harbor, I would not be surprised. We were talking about that rotation right there. There were no warnings, but we saw the rotation. Okay, so let's see if that... Okay, so we're going to wait on that. Let me turn on the reflectivity. And yeah, so this is going to be the area right in here, this guy. So heads up in Lutz, heads up in Northdale. So far, the most concerning cell of the day from a central-ish, I-4-ish area in Florida is going to be that cell right there. Just heard thunder in Land O'Lakes. So yeah, True Northerner says on the Just Weather page, tornadoes in Florida do happen. It's actually, I believe, the sixth most common state for Florida's for tornadoes. Florida is. So that we get them a quite deal. Maybe not typically as strong as what they get in the plains or the deep south, but we do get them. And if you recall, what was it, late last year, I believe, we had those really big ones through the Panhandle. So definitely get them. Oh yeah, there you go. Trozzy on the Just Weather page. We literally just had a bunch in December, so thank you for that. All right, so Katie says windy here in Titusville, gusting bad here in Lake County. Let's go take a look at some of those winds. And we'll stay on top of that one big cell coming through. That's the severe threat for today. There's the tornado watch. I would imagine that's going to continue to be trimmed. So there you go. Look at that. Wind gust right now at the Orlando International Airport of 44 miles an hour. So that's a real-time gust. Again, not an estimation, not a model forecast. That is what is actually happening out there. Leesburg, somebody just mentioned Lake County again, getting really windy. Official gusts at the Leesburg Airport at 32 miles an hour. Plant City also, right around Lakeland, Plant City area, official report of 45 miles an hour. And then Melbourne around 30. Shrimp on the Just Weather page says that it is, the wind is strong in Oviedo, Florida. All right, so let's go check in at Wesley Chapel. We were watching those couple of shots of lightning here. I'm in Ormond Beach. Wind has picked up tremendously in the past couple of hours. And here's the big picture again. It's all because of this guy, this big upper low pushing this cold front right on through. I mean, you can see that. Look at this thing. It's bringing a bunch of snow up here, and then that severe threat goes down the coast and then right on into Florida. So it's a huge system. It's what caused all that severe weather over the past couple of days across the plains and then across the Midwest and into the Mid-Atlantic. Okay, so everything is looking okay. Thunder in Mineola. Thank you, Sandy, for that. Let me get back. I want to check in on the Melbourne radar. So Mineola's hanging out in there. You probably heard that strike right there in central Sumter County. Just heard very distant thunder. All right, so here, Wesley Chapel, the worst of the weather for you is just about to come in. Same for Land O'Lakes. We're getting it right now. The worst of the weather is sliding through as we speak in Land O'Lakes. Drexel, same for us. Right around Lutz into Wesley Chapel, that's coming in momentarily. San Antonio into Dade City. And that's San Antonio, Florida, by the way, for those that may just be joining in. All right, so Flagler Beach. You know what? I mean, we're pretty much right there. This is it. So Flagler Beach, we're doing okay. I think same for Daytona Beach as well. Somebody asked about this. I don't think it's gonna be huge for Daytona Beach. We still are under that gun. The tornado watch goes until 5, so we'll be watching this right here. Let me put a time to arrival on it for you. They're moving like that. Not at 78 miles an hour. They're about right there. So Lake Catherine, we have some heavier rain coming in just a few minutes. DeLeon Springs in about 10 minutes. Pine Lakes at about 15. DeLand coming up in about 20 to 25 minutes. So there you go with the timeline there. Again, there's nothing severe on that right now, but watching that closely. Let's just check to make sure that let's dissect this and see if it's behaving. There's the velocity. Let's turn that on. All right, Jessica on the Just Weather page. Likely in the next 30 to 40 minutes. It's very, very close by. I'll show you the radar in just 1 second. One thing we want to keep an eye on here, this is going to be around Paisley, the Lake Catherine, Pine Lakes area, Altoona in Lake County. It's very broad. Again, there's nothing imminent with this. There's no severe thunderstorm warning. There's no tornado warning. But you see this bright little color here, and it coincides with a bunch of different lightning strikes popping up. Again, that's one of the things on a day like today, and really any day, when you see the lightning start to perk back up, that means the thunderstorm is getting bigger, it's getting a little taller, and then can take full advantage of the ingredients that the environment is providing for it. So we're going to watch that little flare up there. And I mean, again, that is for the reason why we're in the tornado watch, because we do have some of those other conditions that could get these cells to spin if they can detach from the main line or anything like that. But there you go. There's a little bit, just a little bit of weak rotation around Paisley and Altoona. There is nothing imminent with this, though. I do want to be clear about that. But that's something that we're going to watch. So, again, we're going to keep tabs on this cell that is coming through just north of Umatilla, just to the west of Pine Lakes. I'll turn on the actual radar again. And there we go, that red area. Okay, sliding to the east. I'll loop it for you. And that's eventually going to be sliding to DeLeon Springs, Daytona Beach, pretty much taking I-4 once it gets there, going up 92. Okay, so we're going to get there as well. In Mascot, we're going to be watching for you in the next little bit of time, next hour or so. The good news is, I mean, getting the rain right now, the lighter rain before the heavier stuff, it helps to kind of calm everything down. It helps to remove some of that instability. So that's some relatively good news. Okay, so let's see. We'll get to Palm Coast in 1 second. So somebody asked about New Jersey. Let me see. Do we have any? Let me turn on the warnings up here. I just want to give you a glance at what's going on the other side of this. I mean, just look at all this. I mean, all the green there, other than the rain, that is all. And there is a tornado warning west of Richmond. This is in Richmond, Virginia. West of Richmond, there's a tornado warning. So if anybody near Richmond, Midlothian, make sure that they get into their safe place. We'll try to take a look at that in just 1 second. I want to make sure the storms in Florida are behaving as well. That app should be on Google Play, Matrix. I'm trying to show you what she did. Stand by. I am loading Kit Kat's video right now, and this is coming through. I apologize. And mascot, correct. It is loading on the other screen. I'll show you guys as soon as that loads. On the Just Weather page, yeah, so Lexington, it's just some light showers right now. It might be windy, but there's nothing concerning in Lexington, Kentucky. I mean, I would probably vote against no for a tornado in Four Corners. But I mean, it's not out of the question because we are. I mean, we're just south of that tornado watch in Four Corners. But yeah, there's nothing concerning in Lexington. Okay, let me see. All right, so here is the video that Kit Kat just sent in on the Pin It section of the Pinpoint Weather app. Clickorlando.com/pins. You can, if you have the Pinpoint Weather app, it is a free download, and you can submit your photos or videos, and you can see the angry-looking sky and the trees blowing out there. So thank you, Kit Kat, for sending that into clickorlando.com/pins. Really appreciate that. You are our eyes and ears out there whenever we are tracking these storms. All right, let's check up on some of these. I wouldn't say Leesburg has a good chance for tornadic activity. I mean, I would call it a non-zero chance. It's not crazy, but it's obviously enough for the National Weather Service to issue that tornado watch. But I don't think it's sky high or anything like that. Just rain in Palatka. Thank you for that report. Okay, so Sumter County Emergency Management is reporting tree limbs and power lines down on County Road 227 at the intersection of County Road 202, Oxford. So Sumter County. Let's go back in to Sumter County. So that is where the storm report came in, around Oxford, just to the west of the villages. Hey, Kelly, thanks for that report. Okay, in Kissimmee off of Boggy Creek, 10 minutes from the Orlando airport. And that's the crazy thing about it. This is what we were talking about really yesterday and on the early side of yesterday and on the early side of the stream today was that there was going to be not only the potential for those damaging wind gusts and thunderstorms, the 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, but the very gusty winds, the non-thunderstorm wind gusts. And that's what we have going on right now, right around you, Kelly, is there's the airport. So there's the Orlando International Airport, and then just judging by what you said, you're hanging out around here somewhere. And there's nothing going on in terms of the rain, but we just had reports near 50 miles per hour, the wind gusts at the Orlando International Airport. So again, the wind is going nuts even without storms being around. And when you get to storms, it could be even gustier. Joseph, Silver Springs is done for today, at least done with the severe weather threat. That is winding down quickly. But a few more scattered downpours coming back in. Jason on the Just Weather page. Is this a strong cold front that's coming in? Yes, it is. Very strong cold front. Let me check out. Let me head back down to Land O'Lakes. And I think for the most part it is. Yeah, the worst is over for you guys in Land O'Lakes. Yes, there is another cold front. For that second week, April 7th into the 11th, we're going to be cooler than normal for Florida. Back to Four Corners, and I think you guys are dealing with the same thing that Kelly was in Kissimmee, where there's no storm around right now. Where am I? Okay. Just a few little downpours, but it is really gusty. For the Kissimmee area on All Pro Sports, we are not there yet. It's eventually going to be this line, so the worst is still yet to come. And I say worst loosely. I don't think it's going to be too bad. Again, especially because the trend has been, there's been some little flare-ups in that line as it moved back through. Again, that's why we had that severe thunderstorm warning issued. But for the most part, again, they're not holding their own, thankfully. And that's what we like. So right now, everything is still relatively tame. I don't believe that we have any warnings up at this point. Let me check. KAKQ. I'm going to try to load up. There's a warning on the North Carolina-Virginia border. It's a tornado warning. So I want to load that up to take a look at that again while we're relatively quiet, because I know we have some people outside of Florida on the Just Weather page as well that were asking some questions. So that's KAKQ. That is the radar site. That's the Wakefield, Virginia radar site, so we just have to load that into the computer. Really quiet in Leesburg. Thank you for that report. Waiting in New Smyrna Beach. Blue Chris, there's a chance that there could be a tornado around the I-4 corridor in the Orlando area. I don't think that chance is super high. I know we're in a tornado watch, but there's these things aren't really holding their own, and that's obviously a good thing right now. I don't see anything. Once we get, I think, into that area, that threat goes up just a smidge. But again, and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic, is what I'm trying to say. I never want to say never when it comes to the weather, but everything that I'm seeing here with the radar trends, with these storms moving in off the ocean, I think most are going to be okay. There have been some spotty damage and some power outages for sure. There have been some nasty storms, and the power is flickering in Eustis. So let's go check in on Eustis. There you go. There's the heavy rain. We're losing the lightning with this too. I mean, all good news. And where was that again? I'm sorry, I forgot where you had put in where you're watching from. Awesome, Doc Ohm. Thanks for hanging with us for a little bit. Glad everything is good. Trooper Steve says, long-lasting roll of thunder in Lake Mary. You probably heard that lightning strike right there just northwest of Orange City in Volusia County. Because there's Lake Mary. See it on the map. Probably heard that guy right there. That strike just to the north of Orange City. There's Sanford. There's Lake Mary, Heathrow. Shout out to you guys as well. Okay, I'm going to turn that off real quick since it's kind of quiet, relatively speaking. I know we have some crazy wind out there. This is the radar now out of Wakefield, Virginia, and right along the North Carolina-Virginia border. This is the same system that's producing the strong storms that is moving through central Florida. But we also have some issues going on in North Carolina. So let me quickly change this over to the velocity mode so we can get in here and see how bad this is. That tornado warning, let me just get this on for anybody that might be tuning in from the Virginia, North Carolina line. This is going to be for Warning County in Macon and Norlina. And then on the Virginia side, it's going to be Brunswick, Mecklenburg, and Northampton counties. Okay, so just keep that in mind. That's in Virginia now, again, to be clear. that is on the North Carolina-Virginia border. So we have moved outside of Florida just for a short time. We just wanted to show people that I might be tuning in from outside of Florida what's going on. Had a couple of requests to do so. And while we don't have anything super concerning right now, I wanted to get up there. So Powelton, make sure that you guys are getting into your safe space right now. Same for us in Emporia, even though we're not officially in that warning just yet. And there we go. We're still looking pretty high into the sky, but that is a nasty little couplet right on in through there. And that's going to be moving up in that direction. So we're going to keep tabs on this as we move as that cell moves into Virginia. You guys are also under a tornado watch as well. Into Oakland. That's right. My apologies. All right, so let's get back down into Central Florida. And let's get their regular. All right, so yeah, there we go into Oakland. Okay, so that was a little pop-up before the main line. So there's the main line. So yeah, that can happen. Sorry, Ann. But there's our main line still hanging back to the west of Claremont. And then there we are in Oakland. Love Oakland, by the way. Been down there several times. So cool. I love that whole West Orange County. It's so awesome. If you've never been on the West Orange Trail, by the way, into the Killarney Station area, so cool. A lot of good trails around Lake Apopka. Awesome stuff. If you're a Central Floridian, highly recommend it. Awesome. So sunshine here in Leesburg. And then there we go. So the last of it is wrapping up. It's in Central Leesburg right now, on the west side of town. As he mentioned that we are going to see all that stuff. Okay. Does anybody know Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel, outskirts of Tampa? Tornado warning status. I do not believe we have a tornado warning there. Nope, no warning right now. We did have that nasty storm come through. We did have that little bit of weak rotation when we were tracking that with the worst of it coming through. But there's Zephyr Hills now. The worst of the weather is literally right on top of Zephyr Hills sliding through. But Wesley Chapel, we're now in the clear. Crystal Springs, the worst is coming towards you. Port Lonesome. And then Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach right now, the heaviest is coming through you. Into downtown St. Pete. I'm sure if anybody's on St. Pete Beach right now, I'm sure the skies are really, really dark. Someone's asking me what kind of radar. We use a couple different ones. We use the Barron weather system or the weather company system. So that's all commercial stuff. So like you can't like download it or anything like a radar scope that you can get on your phone or anything like that. Let me just check in. Okay, there's nothing really rotating off St. Pete Beach. Just keep an eye on that. Awesome, Amber E. Be safe out there. Thanks for tuning in on the Just Weather page. Appreciate you. So since you're on the road, I want to make sure we'll get you back to the actual radar. So there it is. I don't know what road you're on, but there's the 39, the 301, 54. So the heaviest is, give it like 5, maybe 10 minutes, and the heaviest is going to be wrapping up in the Zephyr Hills, Cunningham Estates area as well. Then it'll turn to more light to moderate stuff. Plant City. Let's head to Plant City. All right, I have a question about, so we're just doing a little bit of dodging in Plant City right now. Clearwater. We're good to go in Clearwater. There's some more rain, maybe a rogue lightning strike or two coming in, but you're done with the severe weather threat in Clearwater. So we're good to go. In Clearwater. Cape Coral, let me head down south. So, I mean, we're going to be a ways away from anything coming into Cape Coral. But we'll have a low-end severe weather threat late this evening. But all of that stuff still way out into the Gulf right now. Somebody mentioned about, let me see. I just saw. Oh, New Smyrna Beach, the thunder is starting to pick up. Hey, all right, so in Lutz, let's head back down to Lutz as we're bouncing around. I had you on the map before. Now I can't get you to pop up. This computer is really weird sometimes where it'll pop you up. Lutz is doing okay, though. Yeah, there we go. The worst, it's raining in Lutz, but it's the severe weather threat is over for you in Lutz. Oh, Amber, thank you. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it, though. Rain and strong gusts in Apopka. Let's head down to Apopka. So there you go. The rain is going to get a little heavier in Apopka momentarily. It's just on the outskirts of Tangerine and Dublin. Sorrento, I had somebody watching from Sorrento and Mount Dora before. Shout out if anybody's still tuning in from Mount Dora. That's where the heaviest rain is coming through as we speak right now. Again, there's nothing severe. There are no warnings out there at this point. But it is going to look a little gnarly out there. It's gusty and everything like that. So, again, just keep that in mind. The same thing for us in Asatula. This is coming out of Yalaha. Tavares, we're almost done with the heaviest stuff. Seneca and Eustis, we're in it now. Lutz. My bad. Howie in the Hills. I know I can get you guys to pop up on the map. There we go. So there's the heavy rain right there in the darker yellow and the darker red. That's where the heaviest rain, just to the west of us in Asatula. It's pretty much on top of us, as you mentioned, in Howie in the Hills. Just got pretty wild. And, that's the crazy thing about this. The radar signatures aren't all that impressive, so to speak, but because the wind is so strong above the surface, the heavy rain pulls it all down to the surface, and then that's how we get those really strong wind gusts out there. No, I think you spelled it right. Thank you for that report, Kelly. She says the skies are getting very dark. The wind gusts are still very prominent. No thunder, no lightning, and no rain. Can you tell me your location again? I'm so sorry. I'm so scatterbrained. There's so many comments, which I appreciate a ton. Thank you guys for that as we kind of track the weather together here. Didn't even mean to rhyme. But there's a lot of people commenting, so I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate all the videos and pictures that you're sending. If you are in the Central Florida area, the Pinpoint Weather app, it is a free tool. It's a great tool. You can not only get updates from us, awesome. You can track the rain and the storms right to your location with the interactive radar, and you can submit pictures to us that we can show you on TV and on YouTube and streaming on clickorlando.com. with all of that stuff as well. So I appreciate you. And while you're at it, if you're watching on the clickorlando.com YouTube page right now and you love the weather, subscribe to our Just Weather channel, which is called Just Weather. So you can do that. We have a lot of cool weather content there as well. And if you really like weather content, I have a show on News 6 Plus. Now, News 6 Plus is our streaming app. You can watch our newscasts on there as well. But we also have additional extra content on there. And at 8 a.m. every day, and we have it on demand. I have a show called Weatherwise. We talk a lot about the weather in Florida and across the country and what kind of mechanisms are what. And we share your pictures on there. So it is really, really cool. I'm going to post this in the comments. It's News 6 Plus, and you can download it on your smart TV, on your Apple TV, Roku, Fire Stick, whatever you have to stream. It's on News 6 Plus. Really, really cool thing. And you can watch the stream that you're watching on YouTube right now over there at the moment, too. So that goes for anybody on the Just Weather page or on the Click Orlando page as well. So thank you for that, allowing me to do that shameless plug. All right, so Lakeland and Bartow. Chuck wants to know on the Just Weather page. Let's head down into Polk County, and let's look into Lakeland. So here we go into Polk City. You said Bartow, I believe. So here's Lakeland. Right now, the worst of the weather is still back off to our west. Somebody had asked about Plant City earlier. Most of that nasty stuff is to our north. You might be able to hear a rumble of thunder or two. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate you hanging out with us for this whole time. All right, pouring close to Claremont and Groveland. Here we go. So right on 50, some really heavy stuff. Probably some gusty winds there as well. Super windy and overcast in Castleberry. Somebody mentioned about Altamont Springs as well. So let's go into Seminole County. And that's the crazy thing. Look, it's just light rain, that green, but that just goes to show you how powerful the wind is above the surface. I don't know if anybody's outside, and post in the comments if you saw this, just how fast the clouds were moving today. If you stepped outside early this morning, I mean, you could tell that there was just something happening out there because the clouds were just racing across the sky. So just nuts. I just want to pass along to the tornado watch for Sumter County has been allowed to expire. So some good news there. And for everybody along the Tampa National Weather Service warning area. So if you don't know that the weather, where the tornado report popped up on radar scope. Let me see here. I see the Sumter County report out of it. I don't see the tornado report in from the Weather Service. Let me check out radar scope and see. Tiffany in Orlando or Kissimmee, we are going to be watching over the next couple of hours. Let me show you that real quick. Okay, so you're probably in Four Corners. Let me get a tracker on that for you. So we're moving like this. Let me just... Okay, these are moving at about 40 miles an hour. So Citrus Ridge in a celebration to the Four Corners area in about 10 minutes, okay? So in about 10 minutes, celebration at about 22, and then about 25, 30 minutes into Kissimmee. So that's where those storms are coming through now. Awesome stuff, Amber. Thank you again, and thank you for that report as well. She says the tornado watch was just removed from her weather alerts. Love to hear it. All of the Tampa counties, and when I say Tampa counties, the National Weather Service has a bunch of different offices. So this map is not updated yet, but all of these now, where you see the yellow, we're out of the watch. So, Marion, we're still in it. That's going to come down soon. That threat is over. That threat's over. Flagler County, that threat's over. So really, while it's not officially gone, that threat is over. Pay note, that's my squiggly line there. So we still have it. Really, that severe weather threat continues for parts of Lake County. We're almost done in Lake. Parts of Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Polk, into parts of Hernando and Pinellas, but those are quickly coming. That line is quickly going to get out of here. Okay, got a report storming hard in Mascot. Let me get back to the radar. And let me turn on Tampa. I want the reflectivity. All right. So here's the deal. And basically, Daytona Beach into Lake Catherine, into Eustis, Mount Dora, Leesburg, almost out of Mascot, and then like north of Tampa. So there's your check marks right there. The severe weather threat is over. And I really do believe that the big time severe weather threat is really winding down even to the I-4 corridor area. Jill Z, thank you for tuning in. She said in Port St. Lucie, looking like a tropical storm is approaching. Crazy wind. Hopefully everyone stays safe during all these storms. Yeah, I mean, it does look like a tropical storm, and those wind gusts are tropical storm force. 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. Some of those have even been above that. So it's been crazy. All right, let's go down to Bradenton, Sarasota. I have a request to check out Bradenton. There we go. These are closing in on Anna Maria Island right now. And those will probably be there. Let me see. These are moving at 40 miles an hour. Like that. So we're still in Sarasota. We're probably about an hour to 2 hours away from that line getting there, even though the winds are really cranking up. And all that stuff. Now, carbon fiber, I will say that, I mean, obviously the severe weather threat is there, but in my personal opinion, we're really missing the upper level dynamics with this to make this go nuts. And again, we didn't really have the sunshine today. So, yeah, I would agree with you on that. I really, really would. But, I mean, that the threat wasn't zero. But saying the threat isn't zero is a lot different than going nuts with it, in my opinion. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, unfortunately. But you're never going to find that here. You're never going to find that here. That's why we do this on YouTube and on clickorlando.com, because I want to make sure everybody knows what's coming up and knows what to expect and can kind of hang out and have this conversation, track the weather, all that stuff. And one of the reasons why that obviously, other than that isolated severe threat, for Florida to get its big severe weather outbreaks, El Nino typically helps, and we're in an El Nino year, but we really don't have the presence of this big upper low. You see that thing spiraling around Detroit? That's an upper low. This is the water vapor imagery. You see that little spiral there. Really, for the big Florida events, you want that dip in the jet stream kind of back here. You don't want it, but when you get the bigger severe weather events into Florida, you have a negatively tilted trough, so this little upper low thing pretty much positioned right in here, and then you're blasting the storms like this, so that's really going to increase the wind shear around and all that stuff. So that would be the reason why the upper level dynamics are lacking. Now, the low level dynamics are pretty good, and that is why we do have the tornado watch in play. So I always like to say severe weather, it's like making a cake. we have some of the ingredients today, not all of the ingredients. So the cake tastes pretty terrible today, which is a good thing for us. Okay, obviously to make a nice tasting cake, you need to have like the flour and the eggs and the sugar and all that stuff. Not really a baker, but you get my drift. So that is why, in my opinion anyway. All right, let's get back to the radar. I'm going to check in on Virginia real quick. Well, we are kind of quiet, relatively speaking, in Florida. Okay, we have, let me see if I have that radar loaded up. All right, yeah. So if anybody's tuning in, I know we had some people asking about Richmond before. Just northeast of Richmond, that would be where we have some rotation. Mangohick right there. There's Ashland right off of I-95 in Virginia. So it's crazy. We're talking about I-95 in Florida. I mean, obviously it's a big interstate, big highway that goes all the way up. But just off of I-95 in Virginia, you see that big, that's a nice couplet. It's a nice couplet from thing. We don't want it there. But there you go. That's what we're dealing with around the Richmond area. So that's going to be northeast of Richmond. Let me take all this junk off and let me put the question mark on, because that question mark there gives us all the details. So again, this is going to be until 3:30, so about 10 minutes left for the counties of Hanover and King William, right next to Mangohick, okay? Sorry if I'm pronouncing that name completely wrong. I lived on the south side, the southwest corner of Virginia. So closer to Roanoke, in Roanoke, that's where I used to live. So I know more about the western side of the state than the eastern side of the state. But northeast of Richmond, that's where it's a little nasty. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Yes, that's right. By the airport. Sorry about that. Thank you again for that. All right, so let's turn our radar back on in Florida. And I'm going to hang out with you guys for about 10 minutes, 10 more minutes. I'm going to keep the stream rolling. Then we're going to hop on at about 4 o'clock for another update unless we get a warning. I'm starting to lose the voice just a little bit. So I need to get some water and stuff and finish the coffee still at 3:19 in the afternoon. So we're going to take just a short break in a little bit after we go through a round, and then we're going to kind of refuel and revamp pending that there's no warnings. And then we'll obviously, I'm not going to leave you guys hanging if there's a warning out there coming through, obviously. So here we go. Let me turn the radar back on. We can see the lightning strikes. Boy, Connor, I'm glad you're okay. Driving, that had to be crazy. Kelly, wow, that's crazy. I hope she's okay. Let me. That is glad. I'm glad that she is in her storm cellar. That is good stuff. I mean, not that she has to be there, but I'm glad that she's taking the precaution. Let me just check that out again. So yeah, there's. Yeah, look at that. I mean, the wind's estimated about 65 miles an hour. This is our... So the rotation there is just south of town. Again, we're back up in Virginia. So if anybody's just tuning in, don't worry. We don't. There's no tornado warning in Central Florida. No warnings at all in Central Florida, but there is a nasty little cell just to the northeast of Richmond, Virginia. So that's where we're kind of hanging out now and breaking that down at the moment. But there are the reds and greens there, so that's your tornado vortex signature. And there's the tornado warning again, just to the northeast of Richmond. There's downtown Richmond. Alrighty, so I am going to get this Port Orange is going to continue to have those gusty winds through the afternoon, and then everything kind of subsides. The winds subside through the evening. Let me get my... Are you talking about for the second front? Are you talking about the stuff that you see up by the Big Bend of Florida, like right here? This is actually the front itself. I need to save the scene in my little slide here that I'm showing you because I'm going to let this loop, and I'm going to zoom out to kind of show you all the stuff here. Let me get this. Hey, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us and watching the storms with us. And again, we're live with you on the clickorlando.com page, on clickorlando.com, on News 6 Plus, and on the Just Weather YouTube page where we make weather content for a lot of the country, Canada, the Caribbean. Could be a really nasty hurricane season this year, unfortunately. So all that stuff. Jim, will Channel 6 go live? Do you mean, I guess we are. We're kind of live now. But I mean, we'll be on at, Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells will be on at 4 o'clock when News 6 at 4 starts. So you guys can also watch that if you have a couple of different screens and want to get his perspective as well. He's going to be on starting at 4 o'clock, coming up in just, 35 minutes, give or take? And so we'll be kind of going through everything here and breaking that down. I need to find my eraser. There we go. Okay, so I've got the eraser off of there. Thank you, Absolute 50-50. Peak gust of 29 miles an hour in Palm Bay, and the storm hasn't even reached the East Coast. Yeah, it's nuts with how windy it is. Here are the wind gusts again, 40 miles an hour just about in Orlando. Same for us in Kissimmee. Melbourne, we're at 33, and of course Palm Bay just right there with the 29 mile per hour wind gusts from our report. So thank you for that report. Raining hard in Port Orange. Zoom into Zellwood. You got it. We're going to go to Zellwood. We're going to go into Zellwood. Let me change my radars around. Sorry, just have to change the radar we're looking at of the Tampa radar. All right. On to Zellwood. And there you go. So it's not going to last too much longer in Zellwood. Most of this now is moving into the Apopka area. But you're almost done with it in Zellwood. So there you go. The darker oranges and yellows, that's the super heavy rain on the south side of town. That is now moving into the Plymouth area, into Apopka, South Apopka. So that is on the way there. But again, a few more minutes, and then you're going to notice things clear out big time. I'll put that loop on there for you, and it goes over the last hour. So there you go. It's kind of moving just like that, and that's a lot of heavy rain. So crazy stuff. You got it. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, gotten a lot of... Okay, we're going to check in on that thing coming in Paradise Heights in just 1 second. Don't like the look of that. There's Port Orange. Okay, so we are getting rained on like crazy. Rained on like crazy here in Port Orange into Ponce Inlet just about. Let me just make sure there's nothing wacky going on with any kind of rotation. Okay, so we have some stronger gusty winds by Wilbur of the Sea, Ponce Park, Ponce Inlet, Port Orange into South Daytona. Let's get back. Let me see. A little bit of broad rotation around Lake Helen, the Casadega area. Okay, so this is what I wanted to look at near Paradise Heights and Fuller's, just north of Winter Garden in Ocoee. This is where Kelly, are you meaning like this dry pocket? Because a lot of times it depends upon where you are. Like that at the base of this little spin there, that's where the drier air is, and that's what's really helping to lift all of these storms up. And that's what we call a dry slot in these big, what we call mid-latitude cyclones that are sliding through. So like this, yes, unless you're meaning something else, which I could be talking about the completely wrong thing. Ormond by the Sea. What's going on, Richard? All right, let's go check in on Ormond by the Sea. You got it, Chuck, on the Just Weather page. Thank you for tuning in. All right, let's see here. All right, so some better news again. Tornado watch has been canceled for Marion and Flagler County. We talked about that it was just a formality that the Weather Service had pulled that down. We told you, 30 minutes ago that threat was over. So that is good. Great news there. Some lightning coming in. Some gusty winds. We're out of the Tampa radar. Got to change that. Oh, okay. So Kelly's wondering, okay, so inside the storm. Yes. So what happens inside the storm if there's dry air? What it does is enhances the thunderstorm downdraft. So what we do is I'm going to try to walk and chew gum here and explain this while I get back to the Melbourne radar. What happens is that with rain falls from the thunderstorm, rain falls into the dry air. And then that dry air evaporates some of that rain initially. So we call that evaporative cooling. So then when that air cools, it becomes more dense than the air around it, and then it falls to the ground, falls to the earth a lot faster. So we call that a microburst. So when there's dry air within a storm to kind of entrain that in, a lot of times we can produce those gusty winds because we have that big kind of dense ball of air, if you will. The other thing too, sometimes it can be a detriment though. It just all depends on if we can get those storms to develop. If there's a lot of dry air being kind of pulled into the system, it can choke out the thunderstorm itself. So it all depends upon what's actually going on, the setup and stuff like that. So that's a couple different ways that you can look at that. Okay, so now we have the worst of this weather coming through. Let me see if I can change to the sky cam. That is a look at downtown Orlando. We have some light rain coming through. This is the port, and somebody had mentioned before that it looks like a tropical storm out there on the Atlantic coast, and yeah, I would agree. It certainly has the gray around. I would like to be those people heading out on the cruise ship right now. But we also, look at the palm tree. Look at that thing. It's crazy. All right, airport weather warning was just issued, so if you're trying to fly out of Seminole County or Orange County, you might have some delays because of the weather coming through as we speak. Keep me posted if you keep on hearing weird static. I may have hit it with my coffee mug, and that might have been why. Is it still doing that? Is everybody hearing weird static? Has it been doing that for a while? Okay, so the couple of people are saying about the glitchiness. Keep me posted if it's happening, and Okay. I wonder what is going on. I swear I didn't touch anything. Okay, I see the levels going crazy. Let me try to fix this. Okay, how's that? I think I know what I did. When I pulled in when I pulled in that the view of the sky camp or whatever, it made it weird. So let me know if it's better now. That's super weird. But thank you guys for pointing that out so it wasn't just terrible the whole time. Okay, sweet. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, for whatever reason, it didn't like when I pulled over the sky cam. Ah, sweet. Thanks, Ann. Okay. Yeah, I think there was some kind of hidden audio source in the sky cam, but there's no audio with that camera, so I think he just computer didn't like that. Thanks, guys, for your help. I appreciate you guys. All right. Let me get back to the radar anyway. All right, report pouring in South Daytona. Let's get back up into the Daytona area. There you go. I mean, I believed you. But yeah, it's pouring in South Daytona to Port Orange to Ponce Inlet. There you go. Thanks, Dan, on the Just Weather page. I appreciate that, brother. Sweet. Thank you. Okay, so we have some light rain, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete. That's it. We're good there. It's moving into Polk County. We are moving into. Can we check Oviedo? Sure thing. So here is Oviedo. It's some light rain, but we do have a little nasty cell. This is the one coming out of Zellwood where we said, where one of our friends said it was really nasty there. It's moving into the Forest City area, into Lockhart, into Pine Hills. So this is actually nothing spinning, but it certainly looks like the most intense storm of the day. There's no warnings on this yet, but we're going to be watching it. Okay, so let's see. Chris, they will, and now it's not. Now it's the Weather Service's jurisdiction, which they're a part of. But now it's going to be the local. Chris Stifler on the Just Weather page is asking for if the watch is ending. Will the watch be canceled early if that line passes? And the answer is yes, because now it's just the local Weather Service office designation to that. So for this part, the National Weather Service in Melbourne is responsible for taking it off. The Weather Service in Jacksonville just canceled the tornado watch for Marion County and Flagler County early, and then the Tampa one just took off the Sumter County watch as well. Most concerning cell we have at this point is this darker red area from Wekiva Springs and Altamont Springs. If I have anybody tuning in from Lockhart or Pine Hills or Wekiva Springs, Altamont Springs, I would love if you could post in the comments and tell me what you're seeing out there. If you can do so safely, don't go outside to look at anything. The wind's probably going crazy. We have because of that. Where are you hearing that about the half of the class left? What part are you hearing about that? Awesome. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate you going through. Do you know? I appreciate you hanging with us for the entire time. I'm glad everything is safe. Um, but I mean, where did you as well, Ann? Great to meet you. I'm sure we'll do this again soon. Hopefully not too soon because that means there's some nasty weather coming away. But it was great to meet you. Um, Question though, so you're saying that half of your class left because they heard there was a tornado. Is this out by Tampa? Because there was no tornado warning for it, so I'm just not sure why they would have why everybody would have left. Now, I will say we did pick up a little bit of rotation north of Tampa. That was a while ago, but if you could elaborate more on that. And Chris, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you on that. Ohio was insane. They had a much more dynamic atmosphere. I mean, insane yesterday. Yeah, so it is. I don't know if you can tell. Move my head. I don't know if you can tell the rain out of the back window there. We're just north of downtown Orlando, and it is coming down. And I mean, for perspective, again, I don't know how much you can see back there, 'cause in the newsroom, but I mean, we're in the green and yellow. Our station is about right here, give or take. And I mean, it's nowhere even close to how heavy it is in Lockhart and Rosemont right now. Um, into Weathersfield. So Altamont Springs in like 5 minutes or less. Um, if anybody's watching from Wekiva Springs or Longwood or Castleberry, Winter Springs, you likely just heard a really big bolt of lightning or thunder from a very big bolt of lightning. Same for us in Maitland. But it is coming down. Let me get in here real quick and check. I know I said I was going to take a break, but now I got this like little flare up here, so we're going to just make sure everything's getting through. Velocity. Okay, so this is a little concerning up here by San Lando Springs and for us in and around Longwood. We saw that little flare up, but we also have some reds and greens there. That means we do have some rotation in this storm. Let me see if the weather service in Melbourne is all this. Okay, so they are monitoring higher area velocities. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Do me a favor. If anybody's watching from Longwood, Winter Springs, eventually the lake, let's see, eventually the Lake Mary area, keep a close eye on this. Okay, so we're going to be watching that closely and waiting to see if there's any kind of warnings coming out for parts of Seminole County. So if I have anybody here from Seminole County, specifically around Altamont Springs, east of Wekiva Springs, around the I-4 area around Wekiva Springs, Winter Springs, into Lake Mary, Heathrow, watching this little nasty cell, it does have some rotation in it. There are no warnings up with it, but let's just take a look. Yeah, and this is one of those that we call kind of Boeing segments. So I would have to think that we might have a warning of some sort coming out soon. There's nothing there. But there's some really nasty stuff. Somebody asked about Winter Park a little bit ago. In a few minutes, we're going to have some really heavy rain. It's already raining pretty heavily now in Winter Park. Same for Goldenrod. Oviedo, let me put a timeline on this for you real quick because I suspect we might get a warning soon. These are moving at about 40. So, yeah, Winter Springs, it's on our doorstep. Geneva in about 25 minutes. Oviedo, sorry about that. Oviedo in about 15 minutes. What about DeLand? Pretty much, yep, DeLand, we're looking pretty good. All that stuff is now closer to Samsula, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach. We're good in DeLand. Pretty much all good in Lake Helen, Deltona as well. The worst of this now is pretty much northern Orange County and northern Seminole County. No warnings, but watching this closely. Let's see if we have an updated velocity scan. Okay, so now that part it's definitely broadened out. Still there, but it's broad. Again, when it's broad like that, that means we might have a little bit of rotation, but it's not tight enough to likely not produce a tornado. I'm loading up some pins. Thank you for posting the pin, Matrix. I'm trying to load up yours as we speak. All right, so here's some of the pins on clickorlando.com/pins. Some of the strong winds and the heavy rain coming through Apopka and into the in between Apopka and Wekiva and Altamont. So that's some of the really heavy stuff that we just were tracking on the radar. So thank you again for sending in that. If you are in the Central Florida area, you can head to clickorlando.com/pins. We also have some dogs on there and some cats. You can send those as well. And you can send anything to pin it. Clean. Anything clean. Okay? Make sure that's a thing. Okay, starting to pour in Orlando. Let me go check up on Virginia real quick. There is one tornado warning in Virginia. Extreme eastern Virginia. Just north of King William, if you're familiar with that, north of Horse Landing. That's where a tornado warning is at. So that's everything else is quiet in Virginia. There's a couple of strong thunderstorms around, but everything else. Okay, so SPC just putting out that they are also expecting the severe watch to slowly diminish through the afternoon, and additional watch issuance is not anticipated. So it looks like this is what we're going to get here. In terms of an additional watch, that is very unlikely. Pouring in Winter Park, so that storm that we were just tracking for you guys is evidently there. Let's go back to the radar. Reflectivity turning back on. Oh, yeah. There's the heavy rain in Winter Park, that dark red there, moving down the 426. And then Castleberry, we're looking good. Longwood and Altamont Springs, just some light rain right now. Got a little bit of hail. Pouring in Haines City. Thank you for that report. No, so I don't think there's a large threat for tornadoes at all with this. It is a non zero threat, but I mean it's not it's not that huge, the tornado threat for Central Florida. I know we're in a tornado watch, but it's not that rough. Hey Victoria in Pittsburgh, just some scattered showers around right now on the radar, but you're going to have to deal still with all of this junk. Let me go to the big satellite picture, big satellite and radar. Um, all that stuff off to your west, kind of pinwheeling through. So that steady rain that you had through the early part of the day is moving out. But then you still have this back half to go, and then it's going to get windy and cooler. Will in St. Cloud, hope you are doing well. We are. Thank you for the report of the wind. It's crazy out there. Webster. Perfect. looking at some storm reports, looks like some nasty stuff in Sumter County. We're getting a report from emergency management there that several homes with light to moderate damage in Webster. That's going to be Southeast 27th Terrace. One collapsed home, two collapsed outbuildings. Conducting damage assessments. Calls started to come in at approximately 1,500 hours. So it looks like potentially significant damage in Sumter County. Now, we were watching some of those spin. There were no warnings on there on that cell, but we were noting in Webster is right here. So let me go back to the Tampa radar, and let's just see if we can... Let me just see. So 1505. Calls started coming in right about there. Yeah, a lot of questions coming in about is this tropical, and the answer to that is no. They're different mechanisms. This is a cold core system. It's a frontal system, so it's not. It is not. It's not tropical in nature. So while it may look tropical out there, certainly impacts might be that of a low end tropical storm. It's kind of gray out there. It's wet. It's the trees are blowing everywhere, but yeah, it while it may look like it's not tropical in nature. Let me see. Okay, let's get back to real time and just check to make sure that everything is... Let me go to the Melbourne radar. Maitland, we have some stuff coming up right now, or close by anyway. Let me... Yeah, just some light stuff. The worst of it is over in Maitland. We have some super heavy rain now that has made its way to Oviedo. Still, Chuliota, we're up in a couple of minutes for some really, really, really strong winds coming through and really heavy rain. Chris Stifler brings up a good point about, unfortunately, a lot of manufactured homes in Webster. It does look like there were some pretty strong winds going through. It doesn't take much, unfortunately. Yes, the severe threat is over in the Four Corners. Dan, I'm with you. Good thing the eclipse is not today. Heck yeah, Chuck. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Good to talk to you. All right, so we're going to hang out for about 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to just I'm going to make sure that we're going to just check some things, check some storm reports and everything, and then we'll come back probably at about 4:30-ish, give or take. So Daniel, for the Four Corners area, just some scattered light showers. In all of Central Florida, really all of Florida, we're going to be in and out of a few light scattered showers, but the severe threat is over for the Four Corners region. It's now pushing back down into Celebration, into Reunion, Loman, Campbell, Kissimmee, that's getting out there as well. No. So the radar, Alex, is something that happens in real time. So the radar didn't exaggerate it. The severe threat was certainly there. There was some ingredients in the low levels of the atmosphere that were a little concerning, and that's why there was a tornado watch issued. It wasn't a slam dunk, quote unquote, severe weather day by any means. But yeah, so that would be the reason why. I agree, no Bo Frog. Yeah, no, I think it. I mean, it's falling apart quick. It's falling apart quick, and we'll probably end up signing off in a little bit anyway. Okay, so we are about a minute and 30 away. If you are watching on News 6 Plus, you are going to be shipped right on over to News 6 at 4 o'clock. So you'll see Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells, and he's going to be tracking that as well. If you are watching us on YouTube or clickorlando.com or the Pinpoint Weather app or the News 6 app, you are going to stay right here and hang out with us. For the people saying about Ocala tornado watch, that tornado watch has since been canceled. So it's just your app may not have updated correctly. So that would be the reason why. But that watch and that severe threat has been canceled and is completely over. Marco Diaz on the Click Orlando page. These storms are not moving up to Georgia, so we're good to go. These are leaving you alone. Thanks, Vipey1. Appreciate it. To answer your question about what is dissipating, the storms are dissipating. This is weakening quickly. So that is good stuff for sure. And in about 30 seconds now, you're going to be, if you're on News 6 Plus anyway, you're going to be transported like magic to News 6 at 4 with Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells and the rest of the Pinpoint Weather team. If you're watching on any other platform, you are going to be hanging out with me still. You're stuck with me. All right, guys, it's been great hanging with you on News 6 Plus. Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells is up right now. All righty, guys. So if you are still listening, that means that you're hanging out on YouTube or clickorlando.com, either on the Just Weather page or on the Click Orlando News 6 YouTube page. I thank you guys a ton for being here on what has been a stormy day, certainly not out of control, not wild by any means, but some damage coming in across parts of Florida, nothing widespread. Tornado watch, I guess, officially continues for an hour, but that tornado threat is very, very low. For Brevard County, we are looking pretty good. We're about an hour or so away, a few minutes away, really, from this getting into the Scottsmore, Mims area. But really, this is winding down just a little bit, and it's going to continue to stay that way. I think it's going to continue to weaken as it moves south and east of I-4, and things are going to be done relatively quickly. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to check in on some damage reports. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to set the radar up on a wide view here. So if people are watching from Florida or from Virginia or from the Carolinas or wherever this nasty storm is rolling, going to keep that just like that. I'm going to go check in on some damage reports. I am going to go get a drink of water and all that stuff. I'm just reading, making sure some of the comments. Making sure I'm not missing any questions. Alrighty, guys. I will be back here in about 30 minutes. I appreciate you guys a ton. There's the radar. It'll be on for a little bit of time. Thanks, guys. Almost forgot to turn the mic back on. Meteorologist Jonathan Keg is back with you. The severe weather threat is really, really winding down for the Florida area. It's still continuing into the Carolinas and Virginia. Nonetheless, things are looking much, much better in Florida. We'll get you one last look here, and then we're going to sign off. I want to remind everybody, if you want to stay updated on the weather in Florida, subscribe to the Click Orlando YouTube page. And if you want to stay updated on weather across the country and the Caribbean, especially as we're getting toward hurricane season, and if you're watching on the Just Weather page or not watching on the Just Weather page, hit that subscribe button to the Just Weather side as well. Thank you guys a ton for all your storm reports. Casey, if you're still watching, if you could tell me where that was. Is that in around the Webster or Bushnell area? Oh, you said Bushnell. I'm sorry. I was going to say, do you happen to have any pictures or anything like that, Casey? With that, I think we're working on sending a crew that way. Or do you have an exact location? Because you are in our area. So if you are still on the stream, would love to know an exact location, or if you can send some pictures or whatever, so we can see what that did. And did you see a tornado as well? So I have a lot of questions for you if you're still watching on the Just Weather page. Otherwise, though, the severe weather threat as a whole is winding down. That is some good news. If you're south and east of I-4, things are getting a little bit better. Let me turn on the actual radar. Let's take a look at all this stuff. And things are really, really weak. The rain is heavy in Scottsmore, in Mims, closing in on Titusville, Port St. John, into Sharps, Cocoa, Rockledge. Otherwise, though, things are looking very, very nice. Some rain on the south side of Kissimmee into St. Cloud through Polk County. But things are looking very, very good, all things considered. Alrighty, guys, we are about to sign off with the coverage of these strong thunderstorms. Again, so far across most of Central Florida, there hasn't been a ton of damage. We are watching Sumter County, as there have been a couple of different reports of damage in parts of Sumter County in around the Bushnell and Webster area. So we're thinking of you guys there. Casey, if you have any pictures or anything like that, if you can send an email, or if you are, I guess you're in Central Florida, you're in the News 6 viewing area, if you happen to have the Pinpoint Weather app, if you could upload some pictures to the Pin It section, it's the little camera icon there, that would be super helpful to us so that we can identify to see what may have come through there, come through that area as well. But we really appreciate that. And I hope everything is okay for you in the Bushnell area. So, again, thank you for sending that report. I hope everybody's safe from those nasty storms that rolled through Sumter County about a couple of hours ago. So thank you guys again for tuning in. I know there were a lot of questions on the eclipse coming up. We are planning a live stream here. We have a bunch of different cameras that are going to be set up across the path of totality. We'll also have a camera here, at least hopeful anyway, to have a camera from the partial side from Central Florida as well. Clouds could threaten not only in Central Florida, but across the path of totality as well. So we're going to be streaming live here with a bunch of different cameras from across the country, kind of breaking down the weather in real time, breaking down what's going on with the eclipse in real time. So hoping that is going to be really, really cool. The eclipse itself was going to be cool, but I think the live stream is going to be a lot of fun too. We can hop on here, have that conversation again, and we are planning on going live with that on both the Click Orlando WKMG YouTube channel and the Just Weather YouTube channel. We're going to have the stream set up, I believe, on Friday. I'm going to try to have that Friday so you can join the stream and get ready for that. That stream itself is going to start on Monday, April 8th at 1 o'clock Eastern, as we track the insanely awesome eclipse. Also, tomorrow, just to kind of some housekeeping things and to let you guys know what's coming our way in terms of planning some weather content for you guys. Tomorrow, Colorado State University, those that are familiar with Colorado State University, they are one of the most well-respected seasonal forecast entities when it comes to tropical systems. They're releasing their initial outlook for the 2024 hurricane season, so interested to see what they have to say. We're going to have the latest on that. We're going to have what they say, and we're going to publish a video out there tomorrow on the Just Weather page. So if you're not subscribed to that and you want to stay updated, not only for that, but as we venture through the rest of severe weather season and hurricane season, would love it if you hit that subscribe button. Again, you guys were awesome today talking to. It was great meeting everybody, so please do that. And then again, of course, on Friday, I'm going to have the latest high-resolution model update when it comes to clouds across the United States, and specifically the path of totality when it comes to the eclipse on Monday. So look for that on Friday. We'll have the hurricane outlook update from Colorado State tomorrow sometime early in the afternoon. So a lot of weather content coming your way. If you want to stay updated on all of that, please hit that subscribe button for me. That would be awesome to hang out with you guys. Thank you a ton for all of the reports. I hope everybody is safe out there. Please be safe through the rest of these storms, albeit they are winding down the severity of these moving through Central Florida. We will catch you next time, guys. Again, really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Thank you so much. We'll catch you soon.